So good morning, everyone. We are going to call this meeting to order of the TRPA Governing Board. Today is Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. It is now 11:50 a.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine quorum. Maria?
Ms. Aldine? Here. Ms. Bowman?
Here.
Mr. Bass? Ms. Conrad Seda?
Here.
Ms. Dis? Ms. Faustinos?
Here.
Ms. Gustafson?
Here.
Ms. Hayes?
Here.
Ms. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Honigman?
Here.
Ms. Lane?
Here.
Ms. Loomer?
Here.
Mr. Rice? Mr. Settlemeyer?
Here.
Ms. Williamson?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
So, thank you very much, Maria. Now I'm going to go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day for the members of the public who are joining us remotely. To observe the meeting, please go to trpa.gov and under the calendar header, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for February 28th, 2024. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you've used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as information only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. For the items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. And remote board members, please do not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. And remember to mute your mics. Finally, I would ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. Members of the public who have joined us here in person, thank you. And please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. At the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are here in person, please raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you and identify yourself so those online know who is speaking. And now we'll go to Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask our Executive Director to lead us in the pledge today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. Staff, are there changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. Yes, a couple of things, housekeeping. I appreciate the chair's heads up. I want to thank the members of the public for being here. We do have some items to get through. We are going to take a lunch break after consent calendar and the additional items I'll reference just so folks can go and get lunch before we start the main agenda item on the area plan. Madam Chair, members of the public have requested that the board consider pulling off consent item number 4 on the TRPA consent calendar, the notice of preparation for joint environmental impact report, environmental impact statement for the proposed Boatworks redevelopment project. And so I will leave it up to the board to consider that request. But if the board so chooses, we could take that item up immediately following the rest of the consent calendar. And staff member Brandy McMahon is prepared to make a very brief presentation for your consideration. So with that change, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Julie. And I assume that the board would be okay with pulling that item. I'd like to suggest that we go ahead and do that. And so with that, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved. Sorry.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then quick deviance from our consent calendar. Our general counsel, John Marshall, has a couple of introductions in the audience to make before we move on to the consent calendar.
Just so they have an opportunity to say hello and then flee, at least one of them.
They want to get back to work.
yeah,
I know
oh,
they
I'm
want to get
sorry.
back to
I'm
work.
sorry, get back to the drudgery. I want to introduce Marcia Birch, who is one of our, will be starting on the 3rd, one of our new attorneys. She'll be working 80% time, primarily from Grass Valley, where she's had a private practice. She's a very experienced CEQA lawyer and other petitioners' work, as well as representing a host of local government type agencies, LAFCOs in particular. Thank you. And we also have Graham St. Michel, who is a longtime associated with the Basin. He grew up here. Graham is also coming on as a full-time attorney. He's very experienced as well. He's been with the Department of Conservation, before that was with CTC as an in-house counsel, and before that also with Department of Conservation, and prior to that a couple of different law firms, I think, back east and out in California. So he'll be working full-time out of the office on Dorla Court. No, I'm sorry, that dates me. Holy Toledo.
Good thing we're
Marcus.
hiring replacement.
Yeah.
Sorry, John, I had to do that.
Anyway, so I just wanted to introduce those two, and you'll be seeing more of them in the future.
Great. Well, welcome, Marcia and Graham. Thanks for joining the team. We really appreciate it. Have plenty of work for you. Okay, we'll move on then to agenda item number 4, approval of the minutes. The January 24, 2024 minutes will be in our March packet, so there are no minutes to approve today. So with that, we'll move on then to item 5, the TRPA consent calendar. We are pulling the consent item number 4 from the consent calendar, and we'll hear it after we approve the rest of the consent calendar. There are 3 items remaining on consent, 2 which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee, 1 which was reviewed by the Transportation Committee, and 1 which wasn't reviewed by any governing board committee but was heard at this month's Advisory Planning Commission meeting. As a reminder to the public, after the board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on, or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So I'm going to look at Ms. Lane. Supervisor Lane, may we please have a report from Operations and Governance?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Operations and Governance looked at both of the items on consent, item 1 and item 2. We are recommending approval of the January financials, in spite of the fact that the state of California continues to sink deeper into debt. Our budget is looking good. We're at about 54% of revenue and about 39% for this time of year on our expenses, so it's looking good. On item number 2, we also are recommending approval, and the only thing I would like to point out on this is the aquatic invasive species watercraft inspection fee schedule. And it has been tweaked over the years, but not in a big way. And this is recommending that those fees go up. And that would be, it was originally contemplated that it would be go into effect January 1st, but it is the end of February. So I would just point out that that'll be effective as of tomorrow.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Yes. Okay, then Commissioner Hill, will you give us a brief report on the Vision Zero strategy from the Transportation Committee?
Yes, very brief. The Transportation Committee was very enthusiastic to forward support on the Vision Zero strategy, and we're really excited to get to work. So hopefully the board will also want to approve that as part of the consent.
Thank you very much. Are there any board members who have questions about the items on consent? Okay, we'll go to the public. Or were there any public comments on those items?
The mic.
Just hit the mic. Yeah, thank you, Ann.
Hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. On the budget, the line item contracts is really vague. And what I'd like to see is it broken down for the public. How much is consultants? It seems like you're spending a ton of money on consultants since you got rid of the scientists and stuff. So just, open, get some more detail on that would be really good. And it seems like you have a lot of money in the bank. You've done really good on that. So I don't know, maybe you could use some of that money to help get the lead thing out of the lake and do some stuff for affordable housing. And anyway, it's an idea.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Any other members of the public wish to speak to the governing board on consent calendar items? Anyone online? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Flaherty.
Madam Chair, I'm a bit confused. Is this on just the three that are left? Okay, thank you.
Okay, not seeing anyone else in the room. Anybody online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment on those items, and I would look for a motion.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, we need to do a roll call. I'm so sorry. Mario, will you call the roll?
Miss Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Miss Bowman,
Yes.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Dis, Miss Faustinos,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Rice, Miss Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Miss Williamson,
Yes.
Miss Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We are now going to go to one other consent calendar item, but first we need to adjourn as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and convene as the Tahoe Metropolitan Planning Organization. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that brings us to agenda item 6, the TMPO consent calendar. There is one item on consent which was reviewed by the Transportation Committee. As a reminder to the public, after the board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. And Commissioner Hill, can we have a report from the Transportation Committee?
Absolutely. We had a great discussion on our Vision Zero strategy that was just approved by the on consent, as well as our transportation goals and strategies moving forward, and essentially figuring out how we can ensure that all of the players around the lake who are working on transportation and transportation implementation are on the same page with projects. And we can't ask for the funding or even look at a funding strategy, which I know we've been discussing on the 777, but ensuring that we have that consistent funding, especially for transportation, until we are all on the same page. So we started to have that discussion. There's a lot more work to be done, and really looking forward to the committee moving forward. We also made some changes to the RTP as part of, or recommended approval of changes to the RTP through resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So did I understand, did you take action on item number 1? Yes. Okay. So your recommendation is that, okay. Are there any questions or comments from board members on the consent item? Not seeing any, then we'll go to the public for any comment on this item. Again, this is item number 1 under TMPO consent calendar. Oh, good morning again.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. I want to make it really short. I'm not against planning for this area. It needs it desperately. What I'm against is the ideological twist that is put on roads. It makes no sense to believe that the purpose of transit is to serve people who need it rather than to try to socially engineer people out of their cars. And unfortunately, being an MPO dependent on federal money and seeing from the Federal Highway Association what strings are attached to these monies, I wholeheartedly disagree with these ideologies. DEI, CRT, ESG, whatever acronym is floating around there, is absolutely not helpful when it comes to asphalt, striping, and traffic signals. We need to look at the basics, and we need to look at why we're doing it, not about ideological twists to it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lerner.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, Ann Nichols again. I just had said to the other committee, I'd like to just reiterate that we need to know what's up with this funding for transportation. Just rip the bandage off, tell the people the 777 plan, tell them you want to tax them, tell them that you're looking at everything from sales tax to property taxes. We just need to know, you know, all this stuff, but the public doesn't. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Looking at the packet when the Transportation Committee met, as well as after the December meeting, we haven't heard any more about what you're doing with the December 31st, 2023 deadline. It's just uncomfortable for the communities at large to try to figure out, has TRPA not met an obligation? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any commenters online? And again, this is relevant to the FTIP amendment number 7.
Madam Chair, there are no hands online raised to comment.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment on this item and move on to a motion. If there's a motion to support that FTIP amendment.
So moved.
Okay, and we'll go to roll call then.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Miss Aldine,
Yes.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Bowman,
Yes.
Miss Faustinos,
Yes.
Miss Dis, Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Miss Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Miss Williamson,
Yes.
Miss Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And before we move back to our other item that we pulled from consent calendar, we need a motion to adjourn as the TMPO and reconvene as TRPA.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're going to go back to item 4 on our consent calendar, and this is the notice of preparation for a joint environmental impact report, environmental impact statement for the proposed Boatworks redevelopment project, 740, 760, and 790 North Lake Boulevard, Tahoe City, Placer County, California, APNs 94-090-001, -033, -036, -042, and -065. This is TRPA file number ERSP 2022-0953. Information can be found in the packets at page 67. Before I call for this item, I'd like to get a general raise of hands of how many of you want to address this item here in the room, and then how many online, because we want to give a time certain for those who aren't here for this item. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the room. Did I catch 6? 6 on the room. And then how many online would like to address this item? If you could raise your hand online so we could get a head count. Okay.
Oh, there's one hand raised so far, Madam Chair.
Okay. So with that, staff, what would you think time certain to come back for the Basin Area Plan Amendment? Because we want to take a lunch break after this item. And then
Madam Chair, Julie Reagan, TRPA Director, I would say 115.
Okay.
Is that workable? Is that?
Okay, so we're going to guesstimate. We won't start before on the basin area plan amendments. For those of you listening online or here in the room that would like to get a lunch break in, we'll be back at 1:15 if you're here for that item only. Wanted to free you up to get some food if you need some energy to get through this. Okay, with that, then I'm going to turn this over to Brandy McMahon, and you're going to lead us off on this.
Great, thank you. My name is Brandy McMahon. I'm a principal planner with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. On January 31st, the agency and Placer County issued a joint notice of preparation for the proposed Boatworks redevelopment project because we are planning on preparing a joint environmental impact report and statement. I just want to note that also with me today, either online or in the audience, are other members of the applicant's team and Placer County and Ascent Environmental. So working on this project from Placer County is Heather Beckman and Leah Chavez. The applicant's team, we have Benton Hawkins, we have Marie Murphy, the property owner. And then Wyatt Ogilvy, who's not here, he's a land use consultant in the Tahoe Basin. And then online from Ascent Environmental, which is the firm hired to prepare the environmental document, we have Nanette Hansel and Jessica Mitchell. And then Tiffany Good, who is a principal planner with TRPA, is also going to be helping with this project moving forward. So we've already had 2 public scoping meetings in the basin. They were hybrid meetings. We had one at TRPA's Advisory Planning Commission meeting, and then one earlier this week in Tahoe City. And then we're also going to be accepting public comment today. The purpose of these meetings is to obtain public and agency input regarding the potentially significant environmentally issues associated with the project, as well as reasonable alternatives and mitigation measures. We're going to, at this meeting, we'd like to discuss potential project impacts as they relate to the physical environment and how these impacts should be analyzed. The comments we received through the scoping process will be taken into consideration by the project team in preparing the environmental document, and then we'll discuss the merits of the project at a future date. The project is located in a town center at 740, 760, and 790 North Lake Boulevard in Tahoe City, California, within the county of Placer. The proposed project includes removing the existing buildings on the site. This includes the Boatworks Mall in at Boatworks and the library building, and constructing a new hotel, condos, and accessory uses, as well as commercial space fronting State Route 28. You're not moving through the slides. Can you move forward? So sorry, this is I should have said next slide. So just go back, I'll restate really quick, go back to the previous slide. So this is the location of the project site I had mentioned. It's next to the Tahoe City Marina in Tahoe City. And then the next slide, please. And then this is the site plan showing there's a proposed hotel, condos, as well as commercial space along State Route 28. And the next slide. So these are this is what the project would look like, the proposed project if constructed. So they're showing a view of the proposed project from Lake Tahoe, one view of the ground floor retail and condominiums from State Route 28, and then a view of the proposed project or entrance to the hotel and condominiums. The applicant's team is designed the proposed project to be consistent with the adopted Placer County Tahoe Basin Area Plan. There is just one option that's going to be evaluated in the plan. It would include increasing the amount of underground parking by 20 spaces. And that option is contingent upon an area plan amendment being approved by the governing board that would allow the interception of groundwater. So we're going to use the input provided through the scoping process to develop a draft environmental impact statement and report. We'll then release that report for can you go to the next slide? Oh, here it's coming. Then we'll release that draft environmental report for 60 days for public comment. We'll respond to the public comment. That's perfect. We'll respond to the public comment in a final environmental document, and then we'll take the project through the public hearing process. Next slide. So in addition to the proposed project, the environmental document will evaluate a no project alternative or existing condition. We're also considering evaluating a reduced height alternative, as well as a reduced units and shared access alternative. And we have through the scoping process received from public input on some potential other alternatives that we should be considering. Next slide. So in the notice of preparation, you'll see that the intent is to analyze the environmental impacts listed on this slide in detail. So we will analyze the proposed project as well as the alternatives, as well as go to the next slide. And then provide a brief discussion and an analysis on the environmental impacts listed on this slide. We've received public comment that some members of the public would like us to provide some more analysis on these potential impacts. And so we will also be taking that into consideration. So go to the next slide, please. So we are taking public written comment through February 29th. That's tomorrow through 5 p.m. The information on how to provide that comment is provided on the slide as well as in the notice of preparation. And we're also providing all the application materials on the Lake Tahoe info parcel tracker. So the public can see the electronic project file, and we'll continue to upload documents to the parcel tracker. And there's instructions on how to access that information in the notice of preparation. And so with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Brandy, and all the details. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Aldine.
Traditionally, haven't these NOPs come before the board as opposed to being put on consent? So that we could be engaged, you could engage the board in the scoping process?
The compact requires that it actually in the rules of procedure require that we place them on the agenda. Historically, we have in the past ran it as a straight up agenda item.
Mm-hmm.
I think through some of our conversations with the board, and the executive director can talk to this, about streamlining some of the board processes, and it was determined that they could be put on consent, but we removed it for public input.
You know, John, I'm not contesting the fact that it probably pursuant to the compact can, appear as a consent calendar item. It just hasn't been done that way traditionally that I can remember.
You're correct.
Remember an NOP being put on consent. I understand time management is important, but I also think giving an opportunity for the board to weigh in and provide some maybe valuable input during the course of the scoping process is important as well.
Madam Chair, may I just build on that? And thank you, Member Aldine. I think going forward, we'll just make that our usual protocol. There were some years back when the Advisory Planning Commission did some strategic planning, and we worked together to try to move some scoping and different project vetting opportunities with the APC. That's when we also had their engagement and leadership in working groups like the Threshold Update Working Group, that Tahoe Living Working Group. And there was at the time, our agendas were quite burdened, and we were having 2-day meetings with the full board. So it grew out of that, but it's been quite a long time, since we've had this. So we'll take that to heart going forward. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from those in the room. Anybody online from the board want to make a comment or have a question? I can't see them because I don't have a monitor here. So if you're not seeing them, raise their hands.
There are no board member hands up. Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Then we'll go to public comment on this item. If there's any member of the public wishing to address the board on this item, you can come up to the podium now, and then we'll go to those online. Mr. Flaherty.
Madam Chair, members of the TRPA Governing Board, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Quickly, yeah, streamlining, that's what it got us. We're going to streamline everything. Here you go. Really important issue here, right next to a SEZ, massive, and we're going to streamline it. Totally unacceptable. Proposed scoping out and/or dismissal process is highly controversial as it represents a continuing scheme by Placer County and the TRPA to deny the public and public agencies a comprehensive cumulative environmental analysis based on the circumstances of new, changing, and unmonitored cumulative impacts since the 2012 TRPA regional plan, as well as the 2016 Placer County EIR. This active scheme provides a continuing glide path to rob our Cherries Lake Tahoe Basin, its residents and visitors, of a comprehensive cumulative environmental and public safety analysis. The TRPA and Placer County have a responsibility to ensure that the EIR/EIS discussed in the notice of preparation includes analysis of new and changed circumstances, cumulative impacts, and other information which may result in new significant impacts not considered in a previous EIR/EIS, and must provide a comprehensive analysis of all topics they presently intend to scope out or dismiss. Further, adding to the controversy of scoping out or dismissing wildfire from a comprehensive environmental review in advance of the EIR/EIS thwarts adequate public safety analysis opportunities within the unique Lake Tahoe Basin with its overcapacity roadways, extreme 360-degree high hazard severity wildfire and wildland urban interface zones, overcapacity 2-lane and traffic calming roadways, and its demonstrated wind and slope environment. You guys, I don't know, I don't really think you wonder why the public doesn't trust you. This is a sham, totally unacceptable. Why don't you provide the leadership to stop this, or are you part of the scheme? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Ms. Nichols?
And Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. How many cubic feet or cubic yards of dirt will be removed on this property? How deep will the cut be? How many cubic feet of water will be diverted and dammed? You know, they put in metal pilings at the base in front of Jake's years ago when they did the marina. And so it just acts like it's a dam. So this is actually an old swamp. So it's all the water is sitting in there. And the Boatworks, you know, had 2 feet of water year round. Well, they have 5 sump pumps going on year round and had as much as 2 feet of water under the building. So this is really you know, they're going to do underground parking. So then it would be really great if they would do balloons, you know, with the height, because of course the 56 feet, that's 56 feet up on the road. It's 56 feet down on the lake. And then there's a big slope uphill. So it's really going to be what? I don't know, equivalent of 80 feet in massing. I don't know. But so, and then the other thing that TRPA has always failed us on is by just worrying about coverage. So then any new project, they cover the coverage with 56 feet. So then it's huge massing. It's huge amounts of development and build out, which they never want to talk about. So you want to always ask, what is the new build out, you know, compared to what was existing? But then our local traffic guy will always say it's less traffic, you know. It's amazing how he does it. It's a black box. It goes in there, it comes out. It's always good. So lots of stuff, you know, congestion. It seems, I don't even know how trucks are going to get in and out. I mean, there's really no transport or circulation going on there. And then there's the marina next door who says they have parking that they're dedicated for. And how do they get in and out? It's just really, it'd be nice to see a site plan that showed the neighboring property too. And, you know, just a little less encroachment on Bliss Creek as a public benefit is weak. you know, so when you're leaving there, there's only 2 lanes. So you're going to need a right and left turn lane. You're going to need, you know, a signal. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here, and this is not nothing. And I'm really disappointed that we had to fight to get this off consent. Really sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Ms. Waller?
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I sent in 20 pages of comments. I don't know who reads them. I'll just run through some of the things I went through with APC, which triggered some questions. And thank you, Ms. Aldine, for historical perspective. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. This project is proposed on 3.8 acres. It's not a lot of land. We've talked about height. We're not, it's all the other accessory uses. Snow storage comes to mind as an issue close to an SEZ and the shore zone. Mitigating the groundwater intercept, which will come up in the TBAP. We were told that the TBAP wasn't going to be project specific. Underground parking does alleviate some of the need for coverage. How will this project meet the net zero requirements? Proposing the following, in my opinion, is you can't quantify people using public transit. Are you going to ask the guy at the desk, oh, did you use public transit today? So quantifying these things as mitigations, parking, bicycle parking, it just doesn't fit the mold for mitigation in my mind. Will the hotel be conditioned in the first phase? I know this isn't part of an NOP, but we continually do this. We allow the luxury condos to be built. We don't know if the hotel is ever going to get built. And I think that needs to be taken in consideration in all future projects. Also, the in lieu affordable housing fees. We're before you folks all the time. You have a Tahoe working living group on affordable housing. The Waldorf Astoria at least is trying with 13 to 14 on site instead of in lieu fees. Okay. Evacuation, somebody else did. Bliss Creek restoration, that was brought up. We can go back to the SEZ, that was brought up at the meeting. A portion of that is on the project site. Maybe this is cooperative project with Placer County to get that whole area looked at and taken care of. Cumulative impacts of known projects like Dollar Creek Crossing, Tahoe City Lodge, the out of basin issues that similarly don't get addressed. The 2040 Truckee General Plan should be analyzed as far as VMT as well. 55 pages for a scenic report. A lot of my comment was on that. Thank you, Ms. Nichols, for bringing up the balloons. The public really wants to at least get an idea what this is going to look like. And in the TBAP, and has been stated in comment by Placer, is to relax scenic, work with TRPA to relax scenic standards. We've degraded scenic standards for years and years. We have sign pollution. It's just the way it is now. And some of this needs to just be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Waller. Ms. Hill.
Thank you. I'm here today representing the Sierra Club. And I'd like to echo Ann Nichols and Ellie Waller's comments and not repeat them, but add to the fact that we're always talking about workforce housing and affordable housing, yet you continue to approve these projects for high-end condos without any requirement for affordable housing, and people can just pay to not have affordable housing. That's unbelievable to me. And my first job in Tahoe was at the Boatworks Mall. I was a hostess at Hacienda del Lago with Joe Lanza, and it was great. I loved the Boatworks Mall. And if it could, it's beautiful locations, beautiful building, and has a place in my heart, but this is just, at this time, it needs to have affordable housing. It can't have underground parking because of the high water table. It needs to have a lot more consideration than the items listed in your notice of preparation. So, and that number one thing, if you all care about workforce housing, make it a requirement. Thank you.
Ms. Hill, can you give your name for the record?
Christina Hill,
Thank you.
Sierra Club member.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room want to provide public comment? Mr. Lanza.
My name is Joe Lanza and I represent the Lanza family. Welcome. I've been criticized as being pro-development. That's true. I have 9 children here. And there's no ordinance and there's no anything preventing that yet. However, I raised them here at Lake Tahoe. I've been here 50 years. I'm hesitant to call myself a local because there's the Bechtals and a whole bunch of others that are, but I'm starting to feel like one. In the years that I've been here, I've been involved in this community in a variety of different ways. With the children, families, and school. With the business, I opened 3 restaurants on the North Shore. Did real estate deals. And as far as public stuff, my partner and I are the only ones that ever sold 300 feet of beachfront in Sandy Beach that we used to own. When we took it over, it had 11 cabins. We took them down and made them a beach park. We had a long discussion about that because those 11 cabins could have been really valuable today. But he has 5 children, I have 9. And the comment was, the 14 children would rather see a public beach park than 10 more condos. And we did it. And it worked out for us. So we believe in taking and giving back. A lot of the people here that criticize things, they haven't given anything to Lake Tahoe. So I disagree with them on almost everything. As far as I'm concerned, the heart of Tahoe City has been carved out. It's dead. I love the sidewalks, but at 7:30, there's nobody on them. That I don't like. This project is like a heart transplant for Tahoe City. The children that grow up can actually stay here and live and work. There's different ways to look at affordable housing. If you make a great income, you can afford regular housing. There's no jobs, you can't even afford affordable housing. So in turn, I support this project 100%. I'm sure you're going to do all the environmental stuff that's necessary. Everybody's comments about extreme environment, they've all been there forever. I was in the Bow Works when it first opened in 1978. I was there for 37 years with the Hacienda. Today, I had 7 restaurants and bars. Now I have 1, Lanza's Restaurant in Kings Beach, which I opened in 1974. Still serves families at reasonable prices and they can actually come there and enjoy themselves. So I want to say that I've been here for the fast track. I didn't like that because it takes far too long. I'm thinking maybe we need something new. How about the now track? We can comment and analyze this forever. We'll never get anything done. What's my motive? My motive is I love Tahoe City. I've lived there for 50 years. I want my children to live there and succeed and be happy there. I want to see a vibrant community with a new heart. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room like to speak on this item? I thought there were a couple more hands in the room, but if not, then I will go to online. Are there any public comments online? Please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on.
Madam Chair, there are no hands up to comment on this item. Oh, one just went up. 2 went up. First hand raised was Rhonda. Rhonda, please unmute to address the board and state your full name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oops, okay. Hi, this is Rhonda Gramans, and I have grown up here, and so but I have a different take on it than Joe Lanza does. When I look at this project, I look at all the people and the families that I've grown up with and how we've raised our families here, and I don't see any public access. I don't see it as something that is open to our community. That piece of property could be great if you made it accessible from the sidewalk, which would be a great thing. But when you look at this project, you're looking at a pool and you're looking at 5-star hotel rooms. And I just I'm having a hard time figuring out what is so great about that for our local community, for the people who are working at the ski resorts, for the people who are working in the restaurants. And we actually do have jobs here. It's just that people are having a hard time finding housing, which everybody's already discussed. So for me, I'm having a hard time seeing what's so great in the future. So when my kids are raising their kids, what does this development do for those kids? Because they can't afford to stay there. They can't use the pool. It's all private. The only thing that's available is the retail up top, which is going to be so expensive that our local retailers like the Tahoe T-shirtery, any of our smaller, you can't afford it because the property taxes are going to be so high. And the developers always, and I get it, it's always a triple net. So all of those people are going to be paying the property taxes, not the developers. So how is anybody going to be able to even afford to put the retail in there, which is going to end up being high-end retail, which is not for our community? I understand that in the summer and in the winter, when we have, we have a high-end people coming in, but when it's slow, and Tahoe will always be seasonal, that's just what it is. And we can't change that. It's seasonal, but we have to keep things that are available to our families and our community in the off seasons. Where's the library going to be? I mean, there's just, and when you say, oh, employee lockers, if you read that thing, employee lockers and bike parking is going to help the transportation. It just doesn't make sense to me. We also have the Pepper Tree getting revitalized, the Travel Lodge being revitalized. We have the Tahoe City Lodge coming in. So are we taking all of those into account? Because yes, we want people and we want tourism, and I'm not against that. I'm against closing us up and making us look like a heavenly ski resort, because that's not what we are. So I'm hoping that you're looking at this in a manner of what is good in our future for not just me, but for the kids and the families who have survived here for years. And we've struggled to keep our families here. We all haven't been able to own restaurants and buy real estate. We've all had a whole bunch of jobs to survive. And so you're just going to keep pushing us out by making 5-star everything and not keeping the area public access for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cremans.
And the last hand raised is Judith Tornese. Judith, please unmute to address the board.
Thank you. Judy Tornese, I'm president of Friends of the West Shore. Friends of the West Shore does support a revitalized boat works, but we want to do it, make sure that it's done right. This is too important and will be in the centerpiece of Tahoe City. We need to see comparisons of the current versus proposed build out. We also need to look at the height and the mass parking. We definitely would like to see story pools and emergency evacuation review, etc. But I want to specifically mention it's important that there be no mitigation for workforce housing. We need to make sure that the workforce housing is only for that purpose, that it's not combined with tourist or resident condos. So wanted to make that point. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Tornese.
One more hand went up. Gavin Feiger, please unmute to address the board.
Hello, good afternoon. Gavin Feiger, I'm the policy director on behalf of the League to Save Lake Tahoe. The Boatworks project team reached out to us early on, and we've been chatting with them over the course of the last couple of years. Definitely excited for the prospect of a redeveloped project on that property, something that serves the community, as well as provide some new hotel rooms, some new hotel rooms in the core area there. We've submitted a comment letter. We definitely have a few concerns to start with, and a handful of things we want to see considered in the full EIS, largely around traffic analysis, transportation, mitigation measures, and some things in the project description that have been brought up today. So like I said, looking forward to seeing the full proposal and hope it's able to both serve the community, improve the environment, and provide some new hotel opportunities on the North Shore. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Feiger.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment on this. Staff, are there any items that were brought up that won't be part of the environmental document or that that you haven't heard already to include in the scope?
I think most of the issues have already been brought up, but we are collecting all the comment letters. We're going, since taking notes on the comments made today, and they've done the same thing at the previous scoping meetings. And we're going to put that all together and review it and then meet again in March to go over them all. So that's the plan.
Okay, and so then when that draft EIR comes out, we believe that I tried to make notes on all the items that were raised, but I thought they were primarily already on your scope.
Yes.
Session. Okay. Yes.
A couple of things I wanted to get through public comment first. And Brandy, maybe you know, what is the theory behind restricting ownership, limiting it to 90 days per year? It seems to me that some of these condominiums could be occupied not seasonally, but full-time. And we know that, you know, full-time residents, I think, tend to generate less VMT.
I'm gonna see if, well, I might ask Benton or Marie Murphy, the owner. She's gonna come respond to that, but.
Okay.
Is that on? Great. Thank you. I'm Marie Murphy, owner and manager of the Boatworks Mall, the Inn at Boatworks, and the Boatworks Commercial Condominium. Really look forward to giving our full presentation when the time is right, but to speak specifically to the TAU issue and the condos as TAUs, many studies have been done over the last 20 years about bringing hospitality assets into Placer County, into the basin. A new hotel has not been built for about 60 years within Placer County. Most hospitality projects or hotel projects in California have a condo component to it. Placer County offered, and we spoke before it was voted on in front of the Placer County Supervisors meeting about a TOT rebate program, which is really a way to incentivize new TAUs coming or new hotel rooms coming into the Placer County Basin area. The asset really acts as a hotel, and we have a condo component. So many of these condo units are sold off and people would not stay in them long term. They go from their units back to their primary home, and it allows for seasonal adjustment of bringing in larger groups. So we can have groups, and to Rhonda's point earlier on the public comment is that we really need Tahoe City to have vibrancy and bring back more people into the town center. But my point is that the selling of the condos and being put into the TOT program, which is a rebate program, and we get 80% of the TOT back, allows the property to expand the hotel key pool. So each unit has a lock off. There's 29 units with 29 lock-offs. So there's a expansion of the hotel pool key, which allows for larger groups to come and utilize the event space. And then, you know, I often am saying rising tides lifts all boats. Those visitors would then help sustain the larger community. So it really is a way for the hotel asset to allow for condo ownership, but then also expand the hotel pool. I'm happy to address any other questions.
Well, isn't it, I mean, it's very creative, but it seems to me that how does it differ from an STR? I mean, these are short-term rentals, right? If they're not being occupied by the owners of the condominiums, and they're being used as short-term rentals. So,
no, they're going back into the hotel pool. So the hotel operator would then put them back onto the market, which allows more occupancy and increases
it's a workaround, I think, in my view. It kind of impresses me as, you know, because there's a cap on STRs, in Placer County. And so we're kind of recategorizing this as a hotel room as opposed to an STR, even though it's privately owned and those rooms are being rented in concert with a hotel. I guess that's, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the
No, I
program, but-
I think to some extent you're right, except our goal is to get these rooms down in the town center. And later when we talk about the basin area plan, there is a goal to reduce STRs in the neighborhoods when we do get hotel rooms downtown. And in fact, the area plan did not want more private condos on the lake. We wanted to continue to have public access to the center of town and to the lake. And so we can talk about it both now and later, but
Okay.
I think
I think we should potentially get you I think it was Bay Consulting that did the
BAE,
BAE,
yeah.
excuse me, Consulting did a study in conjunction with Placer County to talk about this use of a hotel condo or a condo hotel and how it impacts the occupancy and like further economic goals for Placer County.
No, that would be helpful because I think I'm kind of putting this in a silo in connection with this particular project. If it's part of a broader, more regional, approach to reducing SDRs, for example, then, I'd like to see the full report. That would be great. I'm assuming that'll be made available to us. The only other question I had to do with workforce housing. It's been brought up by others today, but there's a paragraph here dealing with the fact that employee housing mitigation for the project would be provided through and either, as has been pointed out, an in lieu fee, which I assume Placer County would use to develop additional affordable housing elsewhere, or an on-site property or consisting of existing housing, they'd be acquiring off-site property and displacing existing workers. I mean, how is that going to work?
Can you clarify displacing existing workers?
Well, if it's existing workforce housing or is existing housing, you'd be acquiring housing, that'd be an expensive undertaking, and converting it into employee housing, or is it acquiring existing workforce housing? And I mean, maybe there's zero occupant, there's 100% occupancy in that workforce housing. I mean, aren't we just what we're looking for is new workforce housing, not kind of repurposing existing workforce housing.
I would love to address this issue. My operating company that I solely own buys workforce housing in both Reno and Sacramento. At our core, when we're not doing a development or operating our Tahoe assets, that's what we do. I speak on national panels about workforce housing, and I'm happy to, I can't wait till we can discuss it further. I will tell you that today on the site, and through the last 5 years of ownership, along with many other businesses in Tahoe City and in the Tahoe region, we face this crisis that we're under. I fully understand because I'm operating and I have employees in the market. I've had to close a restaurant because I couldn't find enough people to work, and that all goes back to workforce housing. So we do have a plan. The existing code that Placer County has with the existing in-place employees on site, and Vinton can speak to this more concisely, does qualify us for a fee in lieu. That fee in lieu doesn't build one unit. I, as an operator of workforce housing, know that we have to do something, and we do have do you want to? Okay, well, we are actively looking for other projects to either build from a ground up perspective or buy, as we typically do in our other side of our business, buy apartment buildings and then offer them for our employees in the future.
And would those acquisitions take place concurrently with the development of this project? Is there some sort of way of guaranteeing that those workforce housing units would be acquired or built to accommodate your workers?
I'm
putting you on the spot. I apologize.
I will tell you that we are not going to set this project up for failure. I want to see it come out of the ground. There's reasons why we haven't built a hotel in the basin, and we being a collective community in 60 years. We're not going to tee up a project like this where the types of employees that we would bring on site and into the community don't have a place to live. I currently house our own employees, our 2 key employees on site live on site. So I understand, and if we're going to build something that is going to be a catalyst redevelopment, we will address the workforce housing issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments by board members?
You know, my only question is more a thing of process because I'm new to the board and just kind of where we're at so that I can understand. Right now, this is the notice of preparation to do the EIR. So we will have back the environmental review. At that point, we will kind of decide what mitigations and things that we want into the project before we decide to approve it. Is that accurate?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Then I think we are done with this item. We don't need to take any formal action. This was a public opening for further comment and in the scoping. And so with that, I think we're ready to adjourn for a quick moment of lunch. We had said we'd be back by 1:50. Huh? Recessing, sorry. For 1:15. We'll try to be back by 1:15. Sometimes we might go 1:20. But not sooner than 1:15, and we will hurry.
And
Thank you
there's,
very much. Afternoon, everyone. Everybody got in their seats ahead of 2 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started. That brings us now to item 7A on our agenda, and this is economic sustainability and housing amendments to Placer County's Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Information on this item can be found on page 99. As a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion, we will hear public comment. Any public comments have been received by the board that came in. We've been distributed and we have read those. So I'm going to turn it over to Jacob to get this kicked off.
Thank you, Chair Gustafson. I'm Jacob Stock, Senior Planner with TRPA, and I'm here just to give a brief introduction to the amendments to Placer County's Tahoe Basin Area Plan. So county staff have developed both policy and implementing code changes aimed at adapting their area plan to achieve the housing and economic development goals, which were initially envisioned when the plan was adopted in 2017. So building on years of study, the amendments aim to provide a systemic approach to encourage desired investment in environmentally and economically beneficial redevelopment and in workforce housing. So county staff will provide a detailed summary of the amendment package in their presentation, but I'll just let you know that TRPA staff has reviewed the IEC and the proposal, along with all conformance documents. Staff have determined that the proposed amendments are in conformance with the regional plan and will not result in significant effects to the environment. These have also been reviewed by the Advisory Planning Commission and the Regional Planning Committee, who both recommended approval of this item. And so following the county's presentation, staff seeks governing board discussion on this item and asks that the board consider approval of the proposed amendments as detailed in your packet. And with that, I will hand it over to county staff.
Thank you, Jacob. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Jacob, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Crystal Jacobson. I'm the Acting Director of Placer County's Community Development Resource Agency. Here today with a couple of our staff members. We've got Stacy Wydra and Emily Setzer, both out of our Tahoe City office, here today to present with me. And then I also wanted to mention we've got some Placer County emergency responders here in the audience that are prepared to support us in our presentation today. So the item before you today is a county initiated amendment package to our Tahoe Basin Area Plan. The area plan was initially adopted in 2017 by your board, and it includes, there's 2 documents that are part of that plan. One is a policy document. The other one is something we call an implementing regulations, which really serves as like a zoning ordinance for the Placer County portion of the Tahoe Basin. So the amendment package seeks some revisions to both of those documents.
And the amendments are really aimed at, they include revisions that are aimed at promoting and encouraging economic sustainability and environmentally beneficial redevelopment of our town centers and the production of workforce housing. So just to give you a little bit of background on this, again, so the initial Tahoe Basin Area Plan was adopted in 2017 by your board. It went through Placer County Board and then on to TRPA. This amendment package was initiated in mid-2021. There have been a lot of public outreach, really a robust outreach strategy that has included public meetings, workshops, and hearings, and I'll touch on that in just a minute on the next slide. We've also completed environmental analysis, as Jacob had mentioned. We did an addendum to the 2017 EIR-EIS that was prepared for the initial 2017 TBAP, or we call the Tahoe Basin Area Plan TBAP. So if you hear me refer to that, that's what that is. And then we also prepared an errata to the CEQA addendum that addressed cumulative analysis. So you should see that in your package as well. And then, like Jacob mentioned, there was an IEC prepared for TRPA. Additionally, I wanted to point out, we also prepared an implementation report. So that is included in your package. I believe it's attachment K. I got that right. And what that does is it sort of summarizes the progress that Placer has made to implement TRPA regional plan goals, the TBAP goals, and really to address regional needs here in the Tahoe Basin area. So you'll see that there's a summary of everything from transportation projects and programs and things that we've been working on, as well as housing and other items. There is an implementation chapter, implementation plan chapter that's in the TBAP that outlines a number of things that we committed to doing, Placer County and our partners committed to doing. And so that's that implementation report that's included in your package summarizes our achievements in that area. So our board conducted a couple of hearings on this to consider the amendment package. It was actually adopted on October 31st. But first it went to the board on October 16th. And they did continue that. There was significant comment at that hearing. And so they continued that to the 31st to allow us to really sift through the comments that had been submitted to the board and to prepare a response. And so we did prepare a written response. We came before the board on the 31st with a written response, and then also address those responses to the board orally on the 31st. And I'm pointing that out because the comments that we prepared, the written response to the comments, we have also provided those before your board here today. So you're going to see that, and I think that's attachment M in your staff report package. And so there were some key topics, and we'll touch on those later on in the presentation. Stacy will touch on that. Key topics or themes that sort of came out through those comments. And so we wanted to make sure that we responded to them, provided them in a written format for our board, and wanted to make sure that your board had those as well. So you'll see those as part of your package. Next slide. So I just want to touch on the timeline, and I'm showing this just because, just to kind of outline the public process, which I think has been, pretty robust. It started in 2021, and it really started with us sort of outlining what the package would look like. We were meeting with stakeholders. Emily will talk a little bit more about that effort to outreach to business owners and folks in the community to identify the challenges with the code. But then in 2022, we really started the formal sort of outreach process. And so you'll see a number of meetings that we had. We actually took this to our planning commission for consideration. This was in December. You'll see the December 8th in 2022. And at that hearing, we were prepared to ask our commission to take an action on it. They wanted us to go back and do a little bit more work. And so we did some more environmental analysis. We did some more public outreach. And so then we came back to the commission. You'll see in 2023, you'll see workshops and town hall meetings and things like that. We came back to the commission in 2023, August 10th, and they forwarded a recommendation of approval to our board, got through our board, and then went through the TRPA process. And so that's why we're here today. So I just wanted to kind of outline that. So I think the next slide here, I'm going to turn it over to Emily to touch on kind of the feedback that we have received and sort of the why behind the amendments.
Thank you, Emily Setzer with Placer County. These amendments that you're hearing today have really come directly from community feedback. We have heard from our business associations, from business owners, from multiple studies that have been done around the lake, from our housing communities, that it is very challenging in our Placer County piece of the Tahoe Basin to bring forward a new business. Anecdotally, I've heard of several businesses that were interested in coming to either Kings Beach or Tahoe City and then left for Incline Village or Truckee because it was too hard to get through our processes. We've also heard from everybody probably is aware that the housing issues here are very hard. It's hard to keep and recruit employees to the area. So these businesses these amendments are really coming directly from years and years of that feedback. On top of that, when we started this process, as Crystal said, and we were outlining what would be in this set of amendments, we reached out to many of these people one-on-one and had conversations that were very frank and useful to help inform these amendments. Next slide, please. So I'll go through what these amendments do for businesses in particular, focusing on these town centers, which is where we're trying to get that redevelopment. These amendments would make it easier to come in and go ahead and get a business going. So right now, some of the uses you think would be very logical to see in a town center, like a gym or a restaurant or a bar, are not that easy to actually bring forward. So we're trying to streamline that process because we know this is where we want those businesses. We are also complying with state law regarding sidewalk vending and mobile food trucks. So our code right now is not in compliance with state law regarding mobile vending. So we would be bringing that up to compliance with state law. We've also seen some small businesses come forward and start as food trucks in the community and then move into brick and mortar because that's a much less expensive way for them to get started. And then they see that they have a following and they do move into the brick and mortar. So we're hoping to continue to foster that type of environment. We're also hoping to streamline new small scale hotels in particular. It was brought up earlier. We haven't seen new lodging products in 60 years. This would allow small businesses, restaurants, hotels with no use permits from the county, as long as they can come in under what TRPA has established as that project impact assessment tool. So that really measures the vehicle miles traveled for the type of use. And we've really worked very closely with that dynamic tool to make it easier for businesses to start up. We're trying to enhance the compatibility between the mixed use and the commercial zone districts and then neighboring residential zone districts as well. And as part of these amendments, you'll see some creative solutions for parking management and transit, really trying to get people into the town centers, park once, be able to walk around, hop on transit. That's really the idea there. For workforce housing, we are trying to streamline the construction of deed restricted workforce housing. And that deed restriction refers to affordable, moderate, or achievable deed restrictions under TRPA. Right now, even if you want to build a duplex in many of our zone districts where those are allowed, you would need a minor use permit. Yet a single family house right next door could be the same size or larger and does not need a minor use permit. And so we have not seen much multifamily constructed really in our area at all. So we are hoping to change that by making it easier to build the multifamily, including the really small scale multifamily, duplex, triplex, really try to hit that missing middle. We've also included some provisions to limit single family housing in the town centers. That has been spoken loud and clear from our community that they didn't want to see just more condos in our town centers. They want to see the tourist accommodation uses or other types of commercial businesses in our town centers. And then we're also clarifying requirements for tiny homes. Placer County did implement and approve a tiny home ordinance countywide, and we're just doing some minor refinements specific to the basin. So I'll talk here about what the amendments do not do. They do not increase height beyond what is currently allowed. At one point in these amendments, we did propose increasing the height in the town centers, and that was removed from this amendment package. They do not conflict with the TRPA scenic or environmental thresholds. So that includes traffic and vehicle miles traveled. Every applicant would still have to comply with any TRPA scenic or threshold standards. They don't create a change of circumstances requiring California Environmental Quality Act supplemental analysis. And as these amendments are not connected to any specific project, they do not result in piecemealing under CEQA. They also do not increase the units allowed per acre. That's what we refer to as density. That's how we measure density. It's X units per acre. They don't change the units per acre as is already outlined in our Tahoe Basin Area Plan. They also don't increase the carrying capacity, which is the build out of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. I'll explain that a little further in the next slide. And they don't increase the overall development potential because all of this is capped by TRPA's regional plan and the growth control system. And as such, they do not result in uses or activities that would otherwise increase wildfire risk. Next slide, please. So here's a pretty basic depiction of the different buckets of development rights that we have in the Tahoe Basin. We have coverage, commercial floor area, residential units, and tourist accommodation units. In order to build anything that uses any of these in the basin, you have to obtain that development right. So as far as density goes, I outlined an example here. So you have parcel A under the existing area plan on the left. You have parcel A under the proposed amendments on the right. The existing area plan says it's a max density is allowed of 15 units per acre and coverage of 30%. So under our proposed Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments, we are reducing some setbacks and some parking requirements in some areas to be more flexible and better allow for development on site. That still would result in a maximum density of 15 units per acre. Those units might be slightly larger, but they are still 15 units per acre. And the coverage would remain the same because we are not changing coverage either. So just to tie that to the build out of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan and TRPA and the whole entire Tahoe Basin, anything that would be built would still need to obtain the coverage, commercial floor area, tourist accommodation units, and or residential units in order to build. And because there are set maximums of each of those development rights throughout the basin, any specific one project or even one area would be still falling within line of the entire Tahoe Basin maximum development rights. Next slide, please. If we did nothing and we don't approve these amendments, we would not see the environmental benefits that redevelopment brings, which are the BMPs. We would have more runoff into the lake. We would have probably a harder time getting hotel development built in the basin in our area. And we would probably continue to see more short-term rentals in our neighborhoods because if we don't have hotels. We would continue to see more congestion. What we're trying to do is be able to house more local workers locally, at least give them the option to live here locally and have more options for them so that they don't have to commute daily into the Tahoe Basin. If you've ever been off of 80 at the Truckee area or Mount Rose Highway or Carson around 7 to 8 a.m. in the morning, you'll see a lot of workers coming in from Reno and Carson City. We're trying to provide more options for some of those people to live locally and reduce their vehicle miles traveled. We would also see town centers that lack vibrancy and walkability. Here in Kings Beach today, the local business association here recently counted over 30 vacant commercial spaces within the Kings Beach town center. We have boarded windows, we have blight, we have chain link fences. We don't have a lot of active businesses, and we have some empty storefronts. So the community has spoken up loudly that they'd like to see that changed. Next slide, please. I'll go through some of the amendments that we are proposing today in our policy document. The Tahoe Basin Area Plan is 2 documents. One is the policy document that sets the stage for kind of those bigger picture goals that we're trying to achieve. And then the second document is the implementing regulations, which is really intended to implement. It's basically our zoning ordinance. So the policies themselves oftentimes do not have any teeth or implementation measures, but they set the stage for us pursuing those or supporting certain things going forward. So for scenic resources, we have proposed to coordinate with TRPA on maintaining scenic standards, encouraging underground utilities, and supporting some reevaluation of TRPA scenic standards for town centers going forward. For vegetation, we are proposing supporting hardening, defensible space, and green waste, and funding programs for those types of initiatives. For socioeconomic policies, they support broadband infrastructure, childcare, which is a deficit in our community, and ways to reduce blight in the community. For land use, we have policies regarding creating a development rights prioritization and allocation manual so that we are not giving out our development rights on a first come, first served basis, but can instead give them out based off the priorities outlined in both TRPA and the Tahoe Basin Area Plan documents. We also have policies regarding creating funding mechanisms to implement community-wide frontage improvement plans. For example, the Kings Beach grid requires sidewalks. Right now, that's being done on a piecemeal basis, parcel by parcel, as it improves or redevelops. And the community would like to have that done all at once or reevaluated. We've also included parking management policies to support our ongoing parking management plans that are kicking off this year. For mixed use policies, we are promoting mixed use. So that's residential and commercial in many of the same locations, with the idea that people can live and work close to where they work. And supporting continuing focus on our business park and light industrial, which we realize are limited zone districts in our area. And we'd really like to focus on those and help those foster and really become vibrant. For town centers, there are policies promoting active ground floor uses. We have heard largely from our community members that they did not want to see more real estate offices on our ground floors. So there are policies about that, really trying to get those active ground floor uses where people are coming and going to create that vibrant sidewalk community. There are also policies regarding retention and expansion of local businesses. We have several community design policies focused on public art and ways to incorporate and really coordinate with local artists. There are also policies regarding redevelopment, particularly focused on adaptive reuse of existing buildings, creating flex gathering spaces, which could be even a gathering space in a public parking lot that maybe is not used at night, but could be used during the evening for, say, food truck event or something like that, really trying to think creatively about our existing spaces. And focused on redevelopment of older lodging products. We have some older ones that are trying to redevelop, many of them are. And then we also have many housing policies in this section geared towards streamlining our building and permitting process. There's a provision to limit conversions of multifamily to condos so that if a multifamily development were converted to condominiums, then 50% of them would need to be deed restricted for affordable, moderate, or achievable. We're really trying to preserve our multifamily where it is possible. We have policies regarding monitoring detailed housing data, so we know how our housing stock is being used. For example, long-term rental, short-term rental, primary ownership, second home, that type of thing. We also have policies regarding local worker safe parking programs. This has come up in the past, so I'll just address it right now. That is a parking policy that does not have a program associated with it right now. So it is purely a policy. It would set the stage for staff to potentially start evaluating such a program, but would not include a program at the moment. That has been done in other areas like Telluride and San Diego. We already anecdotally have many people already living and sleeping over in our public parking lots at night. So it's happening with no enforcement and no regulations at the moment. If we ever were to go forward with a program, we could coordinate with our Department of Public Works and Caltrans and Health and Human Services and Sheriff's Office so that we could create certain guidelines, maybe a permitting process, make sure folks are local workers, make sure it's safe and that it's clean and healthy. We also have a policy regarding our short-term rental cap or STR cap. We now have a cap of 3,900 units for Placer County. There is a policy in this document proposed to reduce that short-term rental cap for every new commercial lodging product built. So the idea is that we would encourage people to come into the town centers in that commercial lodging and reduce that towards an accommodation unit in our residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And now I will hand it off to Stacy to go through the implementing regulations.
Good afternoon, Stacy Wydra, principal planner here in our Tahoe City office. And Emily just described all of those policies. So some of those policies, how we implement them is through the implementing regulations. And while some of the items that Emily addressed do involve a program and quite a bit of an involvement, but there are some other opportunities that we took with these amendments to try and help further some of those policies along. And so we looked at our town centers and we looked at some of our smaller scale uses. So for example, eating and drinking places. Uniquely, eating and drinking places, so restaurants, bars, coffee shops, were an allowed use in our Tahoe City Town Center, but not in our Kings Beach Town Center. Our Kings Beach Town Center needed a zoning clearance. So those were the kind of the barriers that we were trying, that we heard from the public, that it's not easy to come and open up a shop here. So that's one area of these amendments that we were able to look at and are recommending. So and then similarly, allowing the food trucks and mobile vendors. This is also to align with the state trends that are happening. And then, as Emily mentioned, prohibiting real estate and property management offices. So these are new property management or real estate offices that would want to come in to our town centers. We're prohibiting them on the ground floor. So they could be considered on the second floor, on the rear, on the side, but just not to dominate the frontage. And we heard that very loud and clear from all of our public outreach. Also, allowing small scale hotels, motels, and TAUs, and that's really, again, to help facilitate and balance the impacts of the short-term rentals in our residential neighborhoods to really encourage these types of uses in our town centers. Bring the lodging in together with all of the other serving uses to create a vibrant town center. So then also we looked at our standards and again, also what we heard loud and clear was to limit new single family units. We heard that folks just do not want those along our commercial rows, if you will. And then again, associated with single family residences could come additional dwelling units, so ADUs. So we are also prohibiting those through these amendments. And then allowing multifamily, multi-person and employee housing units where if they're deed restricted to the affordable or achievable levels as defined by TRPA, again, more as an allowed use, but further vetted through design review. They have to screen out for vehicle miles traveled, but just someone who wants to build knows that that's one hurdle that they don't have to jump over, is that it would be an allowed use to come right into their town centers. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So then we also looked at not only our land uses, but also the development standards. You know, how is it easy to build or add on or redevelop in our town centers? And so we looked at our entire document because it's really the development standards are throughout it. And ways that we saw that we could make improvements was clarifying our streetscape and roadway requirements. These kind of go hand in hand with frontage improvements. So should someone want to develop a hotel, the reader would know what is required of them. What's, what size curb and gutter and, how wide does the sidewalk need to be? Are those frontage improvements required in front of my parcel? So again, really trying to help the reader navigate also throughout the document so that they know what's required of them. And the county adopted a shore zone requirement ordinance. So we wanted to align that with this document. So we added references to it throughout the TBAP. We also clarified building length where there was inconsistencies, but we did not increase building length. And then we also clarified building height. One of the items, as Emily mentioned, we did not increase the height beyond the 56 feet that is currently allowed per the TBAP today. But the TBAP uniquely also provided 56 feet or 4 stories. And so we had a lot of confusion. Well, what if I'm over, what if I'm 4 stories, but I'm over 56 feet? So just to eliminate that confusion, again, to make it very clear and transparent, we just eliminated the stories reference and just are sticking with the 56 feet. We adjusted setbacks. We also recognized that we had some setbacks in our town centers that were really unattainable to achieve. So in other words, the analogy I think is the best way to explain it is the side setback took on what's called like a wedding cake. So it was required to be applied as a tiering setback, but based on the adjoining parcel and its land uses. A lot of folks came to us and said, unfortunately, I don't know what the second story of my adjoining property, my neighbor, what if it's their bedroom or their kitchen. So therefore, we just really struggled with being able to apply that actual interior side setback. So we have adjusted those setbacks to really be more for what we would like to see in our town centers. And then we added requirements for groundwater and snow storage. Again, this one is really just to align with TRPA's allowances for groundwater and snow storage. We found in our TBAP that we were lacking these opportunities as well. Next slide, please. So then other amendments throughout the document, we looked at other zone districts, again, just to make sure we were providing consistency throughout the document. And we looked at our community service zone districts and our recreational and tourist zone districts and our West Shore mixed use zone districts. And we added in where mobile vendors and food trucks were not allowed or not even, identified. We have proposed through these amendments to allow those and or allow for housing if by right, or allowed, should it be deed restricted to the achievable levels of TRPA. So again, just trying to promote the housing, promote the economic sustainability that we'd like to see, not only, primarily in our town centers, but throughout our entire basin area. And then similarly with parking, we adjusted and looked at areas that we could also align with the new state trends relative to that. Tiny homes, like Emily mentioned, we did provide a section for tiny homes, again, to help the readers know what's required of them in Placer County. And then signage, we realized that we were pretty outdated with our signage ordinance. We just hadn't really kept up with TRPA's changes and such. So we've opted to just eliminate the sign regulations that we currently had, and we are now just referencing TRPA's Code of Ordinances signage. So really just to foster a comprehensive signage program around the basin and with TRPA. And then, of course, various revisions, typos, clarifications, things like that, that always come with amendments. Next slide, please.
And then, really want to again hone in on the housing bit of these amendments. Not only did we focus on the, economic sustainability of our town centers, but we also took this opportunity to look at our housing and options that we could incorporate, different opportunities to bring in more housing. And as Emily mentioned, we looked at areas that we maybe we're making it very difficult for people to want to do multi-units or multi-person housing. And so we also looked at our existing conditions. So, what are prohibiting folks from developing on, so for example, in Kings Beach, we have really, really narrow lots, 25-foot wide, that's hard to build on. And so we modernize our development standards, and standards can include setbacks. And so, for example, we looked at our corner lots, and currently today, a corner lot that's only 25 feet wide could potentially have two 20-foot front setbacks on each side of the road that is along the frontage of it. So we looked at areas that we could help, promote the development, but while at the same time achieving what those setbacks are intended for. And so we're incorporating a street side setback, which is a little bit less on like the longer side of the parcel. So just again, little small bites to try and help try and encourage housing development, but also again recognizing what our existing conditions are and what we have to work with. Next slide, please. So as required, we did do an environmental review. So in accordance with CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act. And as such, and Crystal touched on this earlier too, we did prepare an addendum and an errata, all in accordance with CEQA. And that addendum and errata was to the 2017 Tahoe Basin Area Plan and Tahoe City Lodge Project Environmental Impact Statement and Environmental Impact Report. Next slide, please. And then similarly, we also had to go through the environmental process for TRPA. And so we did prepare an IEC, or an initial environmental checklist. That checklist was prepared in accordance with TRPA's requirements of both the rules of procedure and the code of ordinances. And we also developed findings that were that are required pursuant to chapters 3, 4, and 13 of the TRPA Code of Ordinance. Next slide, please. And then as such, the conclusion of all of that environmental review and analysis concluded that these proposed amendments would not provide any significant effect on the environment. They are consistent with and continue to be consistent with the regional plan, including its goals and policies and other TRPA code and programs and plans. It was concluded that they would not cause the environmental threshold carrying capacities to be exceeded, and that they do not affect or change the federal, state, or local air and water quality standards applicable for this region, and that the projects developed under the area plan, so should these amendments get approved, would continue to be required to meet the strict applications of the environmental rules and standards. And then also, they continue to achieve and maintain the thresholds of the regional plan, and that they are consistent with and further the goals and policies of the regional plan. Next slide, please. So along the way, we have received quite a bit of public comment, and the first three items, I kind of just addressed those. The environmental review, we did comply, and like I said, we provided the IEC and findings and conformity checklists. We also, on the 2017 TBAP EIR EIS mitigation measures, it's important to note that, as Crystal mentioned, that implementation report that we prepared, out of that, there were 21 projects that were completed, 11 are in progress, 9 have not initiated yet, and then 2 were abandoned. And of these projects, it's important to note that these implementation projects are actually the ones by the county or the PUDs, not by development. But with development, we can also get these same kind of improvements. And, when
when you get a development, they are required, or a redevelopment, that's where we have an opportunity to improve the existing site conditions. So, you know, a redevelopment project still has to put in the BMPs, you know, best management practices. So there's opportunity there for both a private developer and the counties, the special agencies and districts as well. So we also heard about changes triggering supplemental analysis. It was determined that, you know, there would be none as a result of these amendments. And I do have to stress that these amendments are not project specific. These amendments are basically independent. So again, they are trying to help promote development, or, you know, smart development, I should say. And so, but when that development project comes in, it still needs to go through the process. It still needs to vet out its vehicle miles traveled. Does it meet the thresholds? And so it has to screen out for VMT, has to meet the design standards. So, you know, I think I just want to stress on this one is that we will still have to do an analysis for any and all projects that come in. So then the next item on this list is wildfire risk and evacuation. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Connors, and he'll give a brief explanation on wildfire risk and evacuation.
Chair Gustafson, Governing Board, my name is Lieutenant Ty Connors. I'm with the Placer County Office of Emergency Management, the Law Branch. Behind me, I have Chief Westner. I'll have him talk about the wildfire risk. Obviously, with the evacuation, that's always been a huge concern with the Tahoe Basin, and just kind of wanted to let you know kind of what we've been doing to be proactive. Obviously, it's been brought up regarding, you know, the traffic studies and the capacity and how are we going to be able to evacuate a large amount of people. One thing about traffic studies is that traffic studies go on the amount of people that are traveling. It doesn't take into account, you know, all these cars are following vehicle code violation or vehicle codes such as stop signs, intersections, yields, all that. So one thing that where we go into play is that all those things go out the window when it comes to a large scale evacuation. That's where we use traffic control points with our partners, either with California Highway Patrol or in Nevada. You know, we, at that point, we're getting people through all those choke points and trying to push as much traffic through as possible. Another thing that doesn't go into effect on traffic studies as well is when we start talking about contraflow. That's always been a big topic of mine, obviously with, you know, some of the minimum routes out of the basin. Contraflow, if no one knows, if you have a 2-lane road, one direction of traffic, that we basically kind of turn that into a 2-lane road going in one direction, you know, maybe leaving the shoulder open for emergency vehicles. So we actually, the county at our office, we actually are investing in what's called LADRIS. It's an AI traffic study model. We're kind of putting that to test right now as far as looking at various locations. In the current first initial study that we did, you can tell it how much traffic, you know, we did very high end when it came to, like, say, a July 4th weekend in Tahoe. We ran all the modeling. You know, it definitely gives you a wide range of how long it takes for traffic to get in and out. But then when we asked them to do a contraflow study on it, it definitely significantly reduced the time to getting people out. So we are being proactive when it comes to trying doing that preparing and planning. As you know, we also have held unified command training with on the west slope and also on the east slope. On the east slope training that we had at Palisades, we actually invited all our fire partners and mutual aid law enforcement partners to that. Because again, communication is key in being able to communicate with our partners as far as how our planning will go. We're going to do that again this year. It's always going to kind of be our annual thing we're going to do now, and we'll probably do it in April or May before fire season. But again, it's all about, yes, there's a lot of planning when it goes into it, knowing and understanding all the different jurisdictions, how their evacuation plans go into play. But just knowing that we have a variety of different ways that we use resources to get people out as quick as possible.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you, Chair Gustafson, members of the board, Assistant Chief Ryan Westner, Placer County OEM. And just like the to run off what Ty just said, multiple jurisdictions up here. And when we do have an evacuation from a fire, we will go into what's unified. It's called unified command. And when we're in unified command, it's the fire agencies working with the law enforcement agencies. So once we have that set up, we will, the fire, wherever the fire starts and in the basin, the CAL FIRE will, or the fire agencies will determine the direction of the fire and where it's going to impact first. And once we do that, we will set up the unified command and then the systematic evacuations of those areas. But before that happens, we have a start. And what's unique to the area of Tahoe is that it's all above 6,000 feet. Lake level 6,000 feet goes up to 8,500 feet. And that usually brings us a conifer, mixed conifer, trees, evergreens, snow brush type fuels. Those fuels are evergreens. The moisture content of those fuels usually go later into the season and do not have a very big burn window. So when the fuels cure and they are susceptible to carry fire, is usually later in the seasons and very small as it's compared to the front country. So with that, the Tahoe Basin's topography and fuel and fire threat is minimal to other areas in California. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd like to answer them.
Like take questions at the end, but thanks for being here.
Okay, so thank you. So then I'm not going to go through all of these, the next remaining bullets, but the responses to comments are in attachment M of your report. And we've kind of touched on, most of these throughout our presentation. Next slide, please. So Placer County staff and TRPA staff are recommending that the governing board approve the required findings as described in attachment D, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan Amendment as described in the staff summary, and recommend adoption of the ordinance prepared amending ordinance 2021-02 to amend the Tahoe Basin Area Plan as shown in attachment C, including the changes detailed in Exhibit A to the staff report. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Crystal for final remarks.
Thank you, Stacy. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I just kind of want to provide some summarizing remarks here. I wanted to thank our emergency responders for being here and point out that the list that you just saw before you, those are the common themes or key topics that came up in the comments that the county received and likely the comments that your governing board has received as well. And so one of the top topics was wildfire risk and evacuation. And I just want to acknowledge, that is a concern that we hear, Placer County hears all the time, right? I mean, people are legitimately concerned about that risk, understandably so. We've all lived through these fires. And so we do have our emergency responders here just to answer questions that you might have, and just knowing that that is a real concern for folks. So I just wanted to point that out. And one of the things that I forgot to mention at the top of the presentation is that, we have not seen the kind of redevelopment that I think we had hoped to see that would really help your agency achieve the goals of the regional plan. So that's really the reason we're here today. We prepared a study, economic study a few years back to really look at the reason, why aren't we seeing that kind of redevelopment? And one of the recommended actions as part of that study was that we look at our regulations to see if there's anything that we can do to try to encourage and promote the kind of redevelopment and reinvestment that we want to see in our town centers, and also promote workforce housing because that's, a dire need in our community. And so that's really the reason we're here. We have spent, lots and lots of public dollars. Supervisor or Chair Gustafson will probably comment on that. A lot of money has been poured into Placer County portion of the basin, right? To achieve environmental threshold gain. What we haven't seen is that same kind of investment on private lands. And so that's really the intent here, is to try to bring those landowners in to improve their buildings, improve their site, and bring those environmental improvements that help achieve the goals of the regional plan. So I just wanted to point that out. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And we are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thanks, Crystal. Jacob, did you have anything further? Okay, then I'll look to board members for any comments or questions. Yes, Ms. Aldine.
Thank you. Crystal, maybe you can answer this question. On page 134 of our packet, this is the recommendations, but this is the third section concerning the ordinance that we're proposing to adopt today. It just kind of a clarification under it would be TPAB policy HS-P-7. That would be item number 6, where it says evaluate housing needs in the region in coordination with TRPA, period, consistent with regional plan housing policy HS-3.1, update TRPA policies. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say encourage and support the updating of TRPA policies? I mean, the county can't unilaterally update our policies. And these are all, definitive things for the county to do, a list of things that the county intends to do.
Yeah. I'm going to let Emily Setzer, she's kind of our housing expert. I'm going to let her kind of answer that one.
Thank you. Okay, I have it pulled up in front of me. Sorry, now that I have it in front of me, could you repeat that, please?
It's paragraph 6. It's TPAB policy HS-P-7. Starts with evaluate housing needs in the region in coordination with TRPA, consistent with regional plan housing policy HS-3-1 or 0.1, update TRPA policies. I mean, obviously the county can't unilaterally do that. So wouldn't it be appropriate to say encourage and support the updating of TRPA policies?
Yes, we could go ahead and say encourage and
Well, it's kind of
support.
misleading because you can't do it unilaterally. Obviously, it has to be done cooperatively.
Yeah, and staff are working very closely with TRPA staff. So we're working, for example, in the Tahoe Living Working Group together.
Right.
So we are in very close coordination with that. So yes, I agree.
Okay, that would be great. And then I had a question about the parking, 2-year parking exemption plan. It's not obligatory, right? That people bringing forward projects, for example, a commercial project, if they're interested in incorporating some parking for their customers, it's not an excluded possibility, right? But an exemption would be afforded them if they choose to accept it.
That's correct. We actually have a parking pilot program right now in place. It was just a temporary program that would provide some relief for parking, a waiver for parking, if folks requested it. It's not required. But only if they commit to contributing to transit, maybe micro shuttle or other transit forms, but commit to an annual contribution to transit, and also commit to participating in our parking management program that we're preparing right now. So what we have done as part of this amendment package is to fold those in and memorialize them in the standards that Stacy walked through earlier. But I do want to point out it's not mandatory. So let's just say, for example, a mixed use project comes in that has a lodging component and maybe a housing component and some retail. What we are finding, and I think most folks know, the lodging piece of it needs to be parked, right? You need to have enough stalls to accommodate the folks that are coming into the lodge. So typically what you would see is in that case, the developer might come in and ask for a waiver for whatever stalls they were required to put in for the retail piece, right? We know we have a lot of parking in our town centers. So if someone's coming, to the restaurant that's in that mixed use site, they might ask for a waiver for that requirement to add a parking stall for that restaurant, for example. But on the other hand, they're going to make sure that they're parking their hotel. So it's really working with applicants on a case-by-case basis to ensure that we're addressing parking needs. But that also we're providing some flexibility for uses like, the retail and commercial space, right? But only doing that if they're committing to a contribution to transit And if they're also participating in our parking management program, because we're currently preparing parking management programs for our town centers, and we want private parcels to participate in that program and help address parking on a sort of a comprehensive community-wide level. So it's not a blanket exemption.
So would that envision satellite parking areas? Because people are going to continue to come into the basin with their individual, cars. I mean, you're not going to stop that sort of behavior entirely. My concern is that you have existing properties whose parking, in other words, somebody accepts the exemption and all of their customers park next door at an adjoining business. Well, that's not fair to the existing business because their parking is being monopolized by someone who chose to accept the exemption. And maybe they are participating in this, more comprehensive parking evaluation, parking management evaluation. But are you visualizing a place where people who come to the basin, come into Tahoe City, for example, and want to enjoy, what the town has to offer and would be perfectly fine using public transit or walking or renting a bicycle, but they need to park their car somewhere?
Absolutely. As part of so our parking management program is currently being developed out of our Department of Public Works office. So it's a work program that is literally going on right now. And we're taking public comment and having workshops on that. And there are various different components to it, and looking at those opportunities for like interceptor lots or, those parking facilities where people could park once and then shuttle in, that type of thing. All of those things are being fleshed out through that process. That parking management program also is looking at the opportunity for paid parking systems in our town too, where private owners can throw their stalls into the mix, into a paid system. So it would be public and private. Yes.
Okay. And then one last question. I don't want to monopolize too much of your time here. This has to do with community design standards for multifamily dwelling units of less than 15 units. It says it would be exempt from design review. Are we talking about site design review? No, we're not talking about architectural design review, right?
They would be exempt from our Placer County design review process. What's happening is
I'm sorry, but is that site design or is it architectural?
It is both. They still have to meet the development standards and design standards. The design review process is a separate, almost hearing-like process that
it's like a major project review analysis. That's
correct. It's more discretionary, and you get more input that may change the project look and feel later. And what happens is that ends up adding time and cost to a project. And so we're hoping for these smaller projects that they meet our development and design standards and can fit into the neighborhood look and feel, the character, and not have to go through that extra additional process.
But they'll still be reviewed by county staff.
Absolutely. They still get plan review. They still have to meet every standard. Yes.
If it's a Japanese pagoda that they're proposing to build right next to a mountain.
Yep. That probably would not meet our standards.
Probably would not meet your standards. Okay. Thank you.
Other board members have comments or questions? Yes, Ms. Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, Emily, I want to ask a question around TAUs, but it starts out as a question around short-term rentals. You made a comment where I think what I heard you say was, we're incentivizing tourist accommodation units in town centers, and that will decrease vacation home rentals or short-term rentals, whatever acronym we want to use. How do you come to that conclusion?
So we would have to bring that to our board. I'm expecting that would probably occur on an annual basis if new commercial lodging products had been built. So our board makes a decision on our 3,900 cap. We do have a short-term rental working or advisory group that helps provide input to staff, and then staff bring those changes and proposed concepts forward to the board. So, right now it's a little challenging because vacation home rentals or short-term rentals are not counted as tourist accommodation units. They use residential units. So it's a little mix matching, but we recognize that all of them are serving as tourism lodging. So when we look at it as a holistic picture, we'd like to shift that more into the town centers. So if we were to get new commercial lodging units built, for example, could be those condo hotels that only allow the owner to stay there 90 nights a year, but the rest of the year and they're in the hotel pool, or it could be a new hotel or new hotel units, then staff could come schedule an item at the Board of Supervisors hearing to propose reducing that cap of our short-term rentals to compensate for the new lodging products that were brought online in the last year.
Yeah, I'd like to just follow up on that this really provides the policy support, right? That framework for staff to do that. So, I mean, obviously the short-term rental program and ordinance is separate from this plan, but this provides that policy framework that supports pulling those STRs out of the residential neighborhoods and into the town centers and trying to encourage that.
And obviously, this is just an area that I'm very interested in because it affects all of us in the basin. But your cap is currently 3,900, but what do you actually have as far as short-term rentals and VHRs? Are you at the cap?
We have 3,404 right now.
So you're below the cap.
We are.
So are you saying if you built a hotel, a traditional hotel with 100 units, that you would maybe go to the board and recommend that they decrease the cap?
Yes, we would. And even if the cap were reduced in the meantime, we could still go to the board and propose reducing even further. And if we were at that cap already at the maximum, it could be done through attrition.
Right. And attrition takes a long time, as we've experienced. But final question. If the number were below what you actually had, are you just going to wait for attrition, or would you take some steps to eliminate some vacation home rentals in residential zones?
So as Emily noted, we have a stakeholder working group that has been formed to help inform our board. And that is actually a topic that they're going to be starting to kind of sort through. You know, right now we haven't had any hotels built. I mean, you heard that earlier today at another hearing of yours. We haven't had any hotels built, I think, since the 60s, if I'm right. I think I always call you supervisor. I'm sorry. Chair Gustafson would know. And so, you know, right now, I mean, to be honest, the short-term rentals in Placer County are serving as lodging, and we are a tourist economy, right? And so they have been doing that for years. I mean, prior to our short-term rental ordinance being in place, frankly. And so, you know, folks have been coming up to the Tahoe area to, recreate, right? And they have stayed in summer cabins and around the lake. We know that. So yes, they could look at reducing that cap, and that's something that I think they're going to start to discuss here soon.
And maybe I could, from the board level, we adopted these basin area plan amendments with that statement that we would be developing a policy around that. We're just deferring to a stakeholder group to help us develop those policies that include hoteliers, property management firms, citizens, environmental organizations. So the stakeholder group is made up of a diverse voice for the community, and the board authorized that too. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm just in admiration about your thoughtfulness with all of these amendments, and really appreciate the thoroughness and the vetting process that you went through with your community to make sure that this was something that worked for your community. I have two questions on the food trucks, just specifically. Could you just explain how the functionality of the new code, maybe an example of how that would work? And then I also have a question on your single family limitation zoning in the town center and how that would work. If you could give me an example, that would be helpful for both of those. Thank you.
So for food trucks, they would be allowed use in our town centers. And as part of that process, they do have to get a business license in Placer County. They have to meet environmental health codes. So we can condition a business license to say, be in certain locations for a certain amount of time, to include their own trash receptacles, things like that. So we do have the ability to refine how and when they're used. And then the other question was for the single family housing.
Yes, an example on what that limitation would look like and how you'll be carrying that out in the town center.
Yeah, so currently we don't have any provision that basically a single family could be developed in our town centers. And, you know, we heard again from the public that that's not the type of use that we need in our town centers. And so with these amendments, we would prohibit any new single family. We wouldn't go in and if someone has a home there now, but that it would have to be either mixed use project, but that would be what could be allowed if these amendments were approved. So
can I just expand on that real quick? I think what we have heard is, you know, we have very limited areas in our in the basin, right? In the Placer County portion of the basin for commercial uses. So the idea is to try to preserve the areas that we have for commercial space along the frontage road. That's really the intent.
Yeah, I think it's very smart. I just was curious how it will be implemented. So I see the 25 and 50 percentage. Oh gosh, let me go back to that part that I was reading. It's mixed use requirements, either 50% if it's deed restricted, 25% if it's not deed restricted of the property needs to be mixed use. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you guys for the presentation, for all the hard work on this. I think, you know, there are a lot of great changes that you made that hopefully will make it easier for businesses and people to form businesses in the basin. I'm super disappointed though in how minor these changes are with regard to housing. You know, I think nothing really has been done here for affordable housing for so long. And these are really just kind of nibbling around the edges of the problem. And I mean, if we hadn't kind of forced your hand in the hand of other counties by passing our recent proposals, I would definitely vote no and say go back and actually do something for affordable housing. But you're going to have to go back and do something for affordable housing, because we are forcing your hand, quite honestly, to come back to us. I just think this, you know, this is a keep everything almost exactly the way it is now kind of plan. And that's unfortunately not where we are right now. We have a serious problem that people can't afford to live here and our workers can't. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but we need to be doing much, much more. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back you know, within the year in your opt-out, opt-in strategy. On this in particular, you know, you increased the coverage, but didn't change the density. And you even commented that it might allow bigger units. I think one thing that the public doesn't love, and we don't really love, is that we're getting a lot of big units. And that's all based on density limits, which are, to me, the dumbest thing, you know, in the world. And we should definitely switch to a form base. So this is the size of the building you get, and you can fit as many units into it as you can. And then we'll get small, affordable units. Right now, the only thing that works is to get those big luxury units that no one wants. And we don't even like approving, but they meet our code. So we have to approve them. And we want to look into that. The 50% requirement for changing over to condos is, I mean, it feels like you want to stop any condo conversion. So that, I mean, I think that's what it will do. So, but if what we want is to get affordable housing or even achievable housing, without providing any incentives like we gave height density and reduced parking, then I think we need to do, you know, a little more study on what's economically feasible. So, you know, I know you're going to be coming back to us with this. So sorry about that. You're going to have to do it twice this year. But, you know, I just, in the next phase, I hope you guys will go big and, you know, really make the changes that are needed so we can get affordable housing. I think this board showed that we are interested in getting affordable housing, and we'll have your back on it and try to help you get that through. So please do, but thank you for all the other work. I look forward to seeing your plan come up before us soon on how to achieve that.
Mr. Bass?
Thanks for the presentation. I'm new on the board, and so I'm kind of learning a lot of this as we go. In a certain sense, I haven't been following this plan amendment through the process, so kind of a lot to catch up on for me. Going real quickly back to Supervisor Lane's question around the STRs and if a TAU is to be created, I just want to clarify that wouldn't be a project eliminating a TA or STR, excuse me. It would be each hotel unit that was built. So if we get 100 units out of the hotel, we're going to reduce 100 STRs, or just reduce the cap, I should say.
It would be reducing the cap. So if we had 100 new hotel units created, we would work with our advisory group and probably go to the board, and it would be the board's discretionary approval to reduce the cap by then 100 units.
Okay. And yeah, I think, I mean, that's a good start in that way. And it's, I live on the South Shore. We dealt with STRs years ago. So, but to hear 3,400 is pretty alarming. And in a sense of, you know, when we think about the workforce housing issue that we've had over the last decade, and that many homes being overnight rentals. And I think I brought this up at a few board meetings ago when I sat in for Mr. Friedrich, was that we really need to look at revisiting a residential unit of use being an overnight rental. And I'm not saying that we, you know, get rid of STRs necessarily, but look at that 3,400 and how many of those are potential workforce housing units, and try to create a policy that would eliminate those units and allow for units that are more applicable to being an STR. And I think it does get into the original theory of a TAU, which is our overnight capacity and what do we want that to be. But now that we have a housing crisis, how do we create this policy to support the housing crisis? I mean, if we even look at 10% of homes out of 3,400, that's 340 homes that we could have now impact, instead of development that takes years and years and years to see the impact. So I know that's not necessarily part of this amendment, but I really want to bring that back to the board to consider an overnight, you know, switching from a residential unit of use to a TAU. And I realize we'd have to create new commodities, and there's a lot of work to do with that. But I think it really gets to the point of trying to address this housing issue that's critical, and it's something that could be done in the now. My second question is with regards to parking, and just so I understand, so a retail storefront that's on the bottom floor could have a exemption to have 0 parking in front of it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that they can. And so let's just say you're putting in you're repurposing a building with a new use. And there's currently 3 stalls there, but the use that you're proposing, you need to have, you know, the code says you have to have 5 stalls, right? You might come in and ask for a waiver or an exemption to not have to construct the other 2, because you know, the parcels in our town centers, I don't know if you are familiar with Tahoe City and Kings Beach, they're super small, right? So it's really hard to actually get the parking on the ground. So this is to try to be flexible so that we can get that redevelopment on these really constrained parcels. So they would, you know, maybe they've got 3, they're supposed to put in 5 per the code. They come in and they ask for an exemption for the other 2, but in lieu of that, they are contributing on an annual basis to help fund transit. And then what we would also ask for them is the 3 that they have on site, we would ask that they participate in our parking program that we're developing, throw those other 3 into this comprehensive community-wide parking program mix.
Okay. I guess just, yeah, because again, I'm new to this, so I'm just wrapping my head around it. But it seems to me like retail is such a difficult, like, we're not at the place with transit where retail, I mean, I know if I just drive around the lake, I'm going to stop at different shops. I need a place to park. And so I get with parcel by parcel, like trying to make the development happen, but it seems like we would want to make those 3 parking spaces at least identified somewhere in the area of the parcel within a walkable distance, because it seems like we're creating a situation where there's nowhere to park. I have a commercial property kind of right in the center of South Lake and public beach right next to me, and we run into this all the time where people are just constantly in our parcel. So I don't know, I just feel like the no parking thing, if we're not identifying other places for the parking to go to, because I don't know that we're there yet with the transit. I dream of the day we are, but I don't know that we're there yet.
Yeah, I do want to point out, our parking management program is being developed in sort of coordination with other, we have other programs. We have a micro shuttle program that is hugely successful actually in the North Tahoe area. And people actually use it to go into the town centers and without having to get in their cars, right, to shop. So we are seeing really great, use and participation of that program. So it's not, they all work in concert together. I don't, what you see here in the code isn't the fix, right? It's, you have to address it at multiple angles, and we are doing that in our county.
Great. And I guess last question, it gives you the flexibility to project by project, like if it's seen that, I guess you have the flexibility essentially to say yes or no to the waiver in a situation where it's
absolutely.
okay.
Yep.
Great.
Any other board member comments or questions?
If you don't mind.
Yes.
Madam Chair, in defense of staff, now that Vince has left the room, you're in a very difficult position. I mean, you're interfacing with members of the public all the time, with people who are your neighbors, people who people who you do business with on a regular basis. And I certainly understand the inclination to try to reach some happy middle ground. And I think you've done that, frankly, with this proposal. But I also, looked at everything Placer County is doing with respect to affordable housing and workforce housing preservation, and it's pretty impressive. So I think you're on the right track. You certainly haven't ignored the issue, but you're doing it in a very well-planned, systematic fashion. And I think, that avoids the trauma that these radical policy changes, can inflict. And so I appreciate you being so temperate and doing this in a way that is at least in part palatable to the people you serve. So thank you.
Board members online, did you have any comments or questions before we go to public? Raise your hand or signal Catherine. Okay. All right. I did have some comments before Jeff jumps up for public. First off, I wanted to comment on the STR number you're using includes Olympic Valley, North Star, Serene Lakes. It's the whole Eastern Placer. So those are not all in the Tahoe Basin. I want to be really clear on that because we have a lot of condominiums in the North Star Village and in Olympic Valley also included in that number. So we can get you the other numbers, but it's important to make sure. Yeah.
I just want to know, it actually goes over the summit.
Yeah.
And down into like the Cisco Grove area. So it's a pretty big area.
It is, but there's definitely the majority are here in the basin, but there are significant numbers outside the basin. And I don't think when we're using those numbers, people don't always realize that cap is for that whole region. We haven't set a separate cap for in the basin, but that is again, something the stakeholder group might look at as we move forward. I also wanted to mention on the parking, having worked in and around Tahoe City for decades of my life, there are some properties in Tahoe City that have zero parking and are currently occupying restaurants and retail and just have had zero parking because the way the lots were configured and built many, many, many decades ago. And so when they come in for a project without a plan like this, where we can look at alternatives, you've locked their hands on doing anything. And so again, trying to incentivize reinvestment for water quality reasons and for walkability in our communities. At one point, I think we counted 15 or 20 driveway counts in the couple blocks in Tahoe City when we were building the sidewalks. The biggest impediment to walking was all the driveways to the back of businesses. And so really trying to do infill and make it more walkable. If you look at a downtown like Truckee or many areas where there's business to business and a reason to walk versus get back in your car and drive again. And the other thing we've done is build a huge number of public parking lots and parking spaces, both in the Kings Beach Town Center and Tahoe City Town Center, public parking to encourage the use of that and shared use. So parking is a big issue, and there's no doubt that's an issue. I wanted to ask if our fire marshal would come back up here, because you said something that I don't think you meant to say, which is that fire risk is minimal here. And I know you well enough to think that that wasn't what you meant, but put on your mic for a second.
You're correct. I was comparing it to the valley floor, to the Sacramento Valley versus the Tahoe Basin. So the Tahoe Basin has the ambient air temperatures 30 degrees cooler than it is down in the Sacramento Valley. The moisture, you get seasonal rains, you get summer rains, and the humidity recovery is higher than it is on the west side in the Sacramento Valley, where it's sustained 100-degree days for months on end, and the humidity recoveries at night are less than they are up here in the Tahoe Basin. And the 1-hour fuels are more prominent down in the Sacramento Valley, where in the Tahoe Basin, it's more the 1,000-hour fuels and the evergreen vegetation. Did that clarify?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave that hanging, because I think we all know we're at fire risk. And
oh yeah, there's
there's
risk up here.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then one other thing I wanted to point out, and Crystal, recently we heard a report that we've lost over 400 hotel rooms in our town centers through the conversion of units that have just become, some have become housing actually, but others have just been boarded up or vacant. And so it's not just that we haven't built anything new, but we've actually lost accommodations in our town centers.
Right. Yeah. We've done studies to show that. Yeah, it's we're not getting any new units. We're losing units. And then the quality of the units that we do have are also not, they're old, they're dated.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to put those on the record, and thanks staff. I know that even with the removal of height and massing, and trying to work with the public to reduce these potential impacts, what the approach we've been trying to take, even with short-term rentals, with everything at the Board of Supervisors level, is to look at adaptive management. This probably doesn't get us all the way, but let's see if these amendments will help trigger some reinvestment. If these don't, then we may have to come back for more. I mean, I would just ask that we be respectful of each other, and listen, I won't laugh at you and you don't need to laugh at me. Well, I do think there could be additional, I want to make sure to the public, adaptive management means if we don't achieve our goals and getting the water quality dealt with downtown, that we may have to go to the next level and come back with new amendments. So we understand these don't go all the way to Mr. Hoonigan's point. We may not get all of this, but we want to start, and we've heard the public in minimizing those initially. And I want to thank staff for doing that. And with that, Jeff, let's go to public comment.
Okay, great. Yeah, I will just call some names out here. Christina Kind, Doug Flaherty, and Ellie Waller are first three.
Oh, I'm Christina as well. Oh, wrong Christina.
This is not okay. Good morning. My name is Christina Kind. I am a program director with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. I oversee the Community Collaborative of Tahoe Truckee and the Mountain Housing Council. Both collaborations represent collectively more than 50 organizations in this region dedicated to solving its toughest problems which gives the Community Foundation a unique perspective. While we are not here to tell our community what the right path is in regards to these amendments, we believe thoughtful leadership and respectful conduct are at the heart of community progress. In 2003, our community adopted Speak Your Piece as a framework for civility and civic engagement. I'm here to thank the community and to thank the staff for being thoughtful and ensuring to try to solve these problems. I want to encourage all of us to reflect on our own role that we play in fostering respect and constructive dialogue in this moment, and encourage the following principles: to listen, be open-minded, show respect, give constructive criticism, and take responsibility, as well as not shifting blame to others. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to share these principles. It is our hope that these are embraced by all of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Kind. Words to remember. Thank you. Mr. Flaherty.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org, but today I'm representing, you have a letter from us yesterday representing 4 nonprofits: the Friends of the West Shore, TahoeCleanAir.org, Tahoe Preservation Alliance, and the Sierra Club Tahoe Area Group, opposing the TBAP amendment adoptions. The initial environmental checklist and TRPA's findings of no significant effect are highly controversial, do not represent a comprehensive cumulative environmental analysis, and lack evidence to make such a finding. The finding is therefore arbitrary, capricious, and represents a scheme to avoid both a TBAP comprehensive subsequent environmental impact report and a TRPA comprehensive cumulative environmental impact statement. This in part by continuing to fail to consider significant, substantial, new, changing, and cumulative information since the TRPA 2012 regional plan and since the Placer County 2016 TBAP. You were sent this yesterday. I'm going to put a copy over here to make sure it's part of the record. Lastly, you received a letter from our attorney, Don Mooney, yesterday before 4 p.m. He states this office represents Friends of the West Shore, TahoeCleanAir.org, and North Tahoe Preservation Alliance, the conservation groups, regarding the amendments to the County of Placer's Tahoe Basin Area Plan. The conservation groups object to the approval of the amendments to the TBAP on the grounds that the IEC fails to adequately address the potentially significant environmental impacts associated with wildfire and wildfire evacuation, land use, cumulative impacts, and substantive changes in growth. So I'll leave this over here for you. You received it yesterday. I'm going to take off I'm going to now just represent TahoeCleanAir.org and not the other 3 nonprofits. Chair Gustafson and Vince, you guys had quite a chuckle while a lady was here.
Point of order. I don't think that folks can address the. I think you have to
Excuse
address the
me.
full board, Madam Chair. Addressing individuals.
The Nevada Open Meeting Law gives broad acceptance to public speakers. Please don't jeopardize my First Amendment rights.
Mr. Flaherty, I'm fine with you continuing, but
Thank
please
you.
try to explain what.
That's okay. I'll tell you what, I'll take that up at the during the public interest comments at the end. Thank you.
But Madam Chair, can we have our attorney just address? the
Yeah,
rules of the
I'm fine with
Thank
being
you.
better instructed on that.
It's just members of the public director comments to the full board, not individuals.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I took the chart straight out of the packet that's called Amendments to Policy and Implementing Ordinances Scenic. Policy to support for TRPA scenic evaluation to direct private investment. Does this still mean relaxation, which we've heard in other meetings? there's so much here. Policies to support adaptive reuse of underutilized retail space. County owns some of that. Why hasn't that been fixed? When we talk, and it says create new high quality lodging. What is that definition? Does that mean luxury? Does that mean affordable to the average, median, whatever terminology we're using for what middle class used to be? Policies to support streamlined, affordable, moderate, achievable. I won't specify the person, but update the darn policy to require that it's on site. This in lieu fee has barely built anything, if anything at all. Affordable units are at $800K these days compared to whatever it costs Domus, which is something that we should be proud of. Allows small scale uses. Definition of small projects that generate low VMT. What is low VMT? Allow food trucks. We've said this before. If you're going to allow them to park, it says cannot park on roadways. Where are they going to park? But are they still going to affect our current restaurants? Allowed 20 units or less may require design review. Design review was designed so everybody gets to participate in what's going on. I don't care what size a project is. The word may is problematic to me. Allow projects if 100% units are deed restricted. Again, may. Why aren't we mandating that these developments not in lieu, build? We went through this with Martis Valley West, which we're all very familiar with. Shore zone requirements, add references to county code, lakeshore shore zone ordinances. We need to clarify that TRPA is more stringent. Groundwater intercept. We talked about this earlier. Allow groundwater intercept for below grade parking. This isn't specific enough. We really need to study this groundwater intercept. I don't want to stop projects. I'm not against refreshing and redevelopment, but if this one project we talked about earlier has to have this, sorry. Community service zone district. I'm not familiar with that. Maybe with everything I read, I just didn't see that term before. Again, there's lots that went into this documentation that looks somewhat new. Parking, modernize parking requirements. 1997 community plans. Before these area plans, I was a member of the North Tahoe West plan team, and I'm still passionate about what happens here. We had parking management plans that have done nothing since 1997. Just a refresher there. Remove sign requirements and refer to TRPA. Whose enforcement comes through?
Ms. Waller.
I know. All right. I will. I know. I've done this.
I hate to cut
you
off, but can you summarize? Do you
No,
have a final?
it's fine. There's just lots of things that haven't been defined in enough clarity and conception of what is expected of these amendments to implement. Thank you.
Rob Olson, John Messina, Aaron Casey.
Hello, Rob Olson. I live in Alpine Meadows, Eastern Placer County. I also have a business in Tahoe City. We own a property in Tahoe Vista, and I wear a couple of hats. First hat would be president of the Tahoe City Downtown Association. The TBAP amendments do touch on many things that we've been asking the Placer County for many years. We have been critical about things in the past. We're finally seeing some progress and stuff. That's what we see business owners, small business owners need for the area. So we do applaud that. And we are recommending that this moves forward. To Vince's point, it's never enough, right? We want more stuff, but there's been some compromises because of members of the community and stuff like that, that probably still will hurt businesses, but at least is a step forward in the right direction. My other hat is as an architect and a contractor in the area, and I have 12 employees, and it's challenging. It's challenging to hire people, and we have to pay, we pay pretty good amount to folks. Some drive in, which is bad for the economy, the environment. It's bad for traffic. It's bad for many things. I would love that they could all live locally here and help build a community that they're living in, and not be transplanted into the community to build and then have to leave and not feel like they're a part of the community. It's never enough. And yeah, maybe some big developers are going to benefit from this, but I don't see that. I read through all 300 something pages looking at all the, redacted and all the other stuff. And it really is favoring workforce housing and small boutiques. So I do applaud this team that's put it together. And I think it could do more. And I was always the one in the room trying to push during these meetings for more stuff to help, because I know how challenging it is. I read code a couple times a week. This is what I do. I look at this stuff, and there's a lot of barriers in there for smart developers. Yeah, big developers are going to come, and you know what? They're going to come regardless what you guys decide. They're going to come. They're going to propose horrible projects. That's why we have design review. That's why we have public input. We have other things, but don't hold up small businesses from trying to do the right thing. And Cindy's right on. We have way too many curb cuts in Tahoe City and Kings Beach. We do need to consolidate parking. It's more efficient for snow removal. We need walkable cities. We're almost there. We need a lot more. We need a lot more care put into our parking programs, and the downtown associations really appreciated that Placer Counties came and presented what they are looking at for parking, and nothing is sorted out. We've got a lot of work to do on this, and I think this is a good step in the right direction. And I would say please move forward on it and keep working on revision number 2 too, and just keep adding more things for us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jeff, before we do that, I've just been talking with council. We need to take a quick break, make sure we get a reconnect with a Nevada member. So before we continue on any further discussion, we just lost a connection. So I apologize for this, but we do need to have a quorum. And so if you could just hold, John, how long do you think? We don't know. Stay close. Don't leave. Okay. That just took a reconnection and we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, I really apologize for that, but we have a reconnection, and so. Thank you. Thank you.
Mouth. Talking mouth.
Thank you. That's what happens when you get up to speak in public. Brain turns to mush. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Erin Casey. I am the new CEO for a housing organization or community called the Tahoe Housing Hub. I look forward to sharing more about that with your board in the future.
Erin, hold on just a second.
Of course.
We're back, and if there are questions, please continue just outside, just so we're not distracted. Thank you.
Do I get 10 more seconds? Awesome. Thanks. This is important, everybody. I would just like to start. I also, in addition to that role, I've worked in this community since 2004. I moved here from the Midwest and started working in Incline. I've lived in Truckee since that time, and I've raised my daughter here. She's now a senior in high school at Truckee High. First, I wanted to start by thanking staff. I'm really grateful to county staff. This is hard to come back again and again in these public meetings, particularly when they're controversial and there are a variety of perspectives. It is not easy to navigate, and I'm really grateful to all of you for doing the work that you have. So thank you. I'm also grateful for the Placer Board and their support of county staff's efforts in really attempting to try and address these issues that are being raised by several people in our community, many of which can't be here during these sessions because they're working themselves. The Housing Hub, because we are an advocate for housing, and in particular are looking to really leverage private investment in order to bring housing to our community, code changes like these and the amendments like these are going to help make that possible. And so we are in support of that because we think it's going to help us leverage private dollars, work with homeowners who have an interest in building ADUs but don't know how to do it, aren't developers themselves, but want to step up and solve the problem and put some of their money toward this. As we all know, subsidizing units, and as someone else mentioned earlier, can be very expensive. So if we can work with homeowners in our community to address this issue in part, that can go a long way, but we're not going to be as successful if we're not making these adjustments. The other part I'd say is that this is not unique to our community. A lot of jurisdictions in the state and in the country are doing a lot of the things that you see in front of you today. I also want to mention, I had a pretty sad conversation with my senior daughter the other day, and that is she doesn't see a future for herself here. She doesn't see that there's going to be a job for her, a place to live that she can afford, or an ability to raise a family. That's tough for me to hear because she's my only child. And if she moves somewhere far away, what does that mean for me? It spreads our families out and it's tough. And so I have a personal interest in seeing this addressed and solutions coming forward. When it comes to forcing hands, and I heard that earlier, I think Vince, you mentioned that. I did want to point out something that I think members of the community aren't aware of, and that is that the state of California does mandate that each jurisdiction actually build a certain number of new units to meet their workforce housing goals. I calculated the total commitment that each of our jurisdictions on the state of California are required to build between now and 2029. It is over 1,000 new units. And what is the consequence if that doesn't happen? Many of the jurisdictions right now are facing that right now, where they're being forced to rezone land within their jurisdiction, a minimum density of 20 units per acre. And if that doesn't happen, land use authority could be restricted or taken away. So that's something else that these jurisdictions are facing. And I applaud the county for being looking ahead and attempting to try to address that as well. And then finally, I'd say, as a member or as the CEO of the Tahoe Housing Hub, we look forward to working with the TRPA, your staff, your amazing staff, including Julie, on how we can support the third phase of your housing code changes to take this further the way we need to. So in conclusion, thank you for the opportunity. We do support this, and I am very grateful to all of you for this opportunity today. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you very much for hearing this topic today. My name is Tony Karwowski. I'm President and CEO of the North Tahoe Community Alliance. I'd like to start off my comments today just backing up to the STR commentary, because I heard there were some newcomers to the group, and just help frame. First off, thank you, Chair Gustafson, for shedding the light on the number of 3,400 permits being spread across kind of eastern Placer County versus right around the lake. That gives some reference for what we're looking at here when we look in the basin. On top of that, I want to utilize some 2020 census data from the Tahoe region just to emphasize a fact that we deal with in North Lake Tahoe, is that 70% of the homes in North Lake Tahoe are vacant. Okay, so when we think about workforce housing needs, and we have a 19% STR rate and then a 70% vacancy rate, there's a slim amount of houses in there that are actually plausible for workforce housing. Which is why we are where we are today, looking at amendments for workforce housing. And as Vince pointed out earlier, we can't do enough, really. And these amendments that are in front of you today are minimal. And they're minimal for a reason, because we're trying to get something passed. And there are voices out there that don't want to see that happen. Right now, North Lake Tahoe is in a crux moment in time that'll determine how complex and interwoven themes like economic vitality, livability, environmental stewardship build the future Lake Tahoe needs. The amendments in front of you today incorporate important changes and updates to current code and policy that help promote community workforce housing opportunities and ensure a thriving future. We desperately need to streamline the process for workforce housing and redevelopment in our town centers proposed in the amendments. As you heard earlier, it's been 40 to 60 years since we've seen a hotel built in North Lake Tahoe. In the last 10 years, North Lake Tahoe has lost an incredible amount of hotel rooms, including but not limited to at the Calneva, Tahoe Biltmore, Tahoe Inn, Falcon Lodge. Combined staggering losses of 450 hotel rooms. Now, some of those properties are in various phases of redevelopment, but we're dealing with this issue now. How does that show up? It's caused a dramatic impact in our community, putting disproportionate pressure on STRs and leaving local housing stock as the only backfill for lodging options to maintain our healthy economy. This is combined with macroeconomic influences creating more upward pressure on home values, furthering the affordability gap in rent and ownership for the local workforce. Our business community, my membership, is suffering the brunt of this. Many businesses still have ongoing reduced hours of schedules or are closed 2 days a week even due to staffing shortages. Our issues are interwoven. Housing is tied to workforce, which is tied to healthy and strong businesses, which in turn provide funding back to the community to make improvements and support solutions to our most complex issues, including workforce housing, transportation, and tourism impact mitigation. There are many solutions needed, and multiple groups are working together to help problem solve our most difficult challenges. And we're moving the needle a very little, almost done, one sentence. But we need to strategically allow for the streamlining of much needed workforce housing and redevelopment of town cores to secure the future with a stable economy, vibrant community, and healthy environment. And thank you to staff for all you've done to bring this along and the process and the public process you've gone through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Interestingly enough, there's been no mention tonight of the unresolved litigation going on. Not one word. John, come on. But anyway, that is the case. But I just want to clear up some things that were said tonight that weren't true. Okay. As far as Telluride, I know you're going to vote for this, so there's no point in even trying to influence you. But Telluride, the overnight parking, there's just 2 parking lots in Telluride where you pay $25 a night, or the other one is $35 a night. So it's not free, and it's not what has been promoted here. So that was not really the case of what was said. And then the the short-term rental situation, there's no, they don't have to reduce any short-term rentals, and they can't do it because people are making $80,000 a year off their short-term rentals, and the pushback and the pressure is more than Placer County can do. And so it would have to be something that TRPA would do. And so that is not a rule. And then, the food trucks, it's just laughable. I mean, I have no idea if they're legal. They don't look legal. They're just, flying flags and pouring some stuff. They're competing with local business. I'm going to go up and go, are you legal? Can I see your, it's just really hard on you. Say it's hard, things are hard for local businesses. Well, don't make them put up with food trucks. The achievable housing loophole is still giant. And now I see you've changed it. I looked at the definition in chapter 90, and you've added seasonal. That was never discussed in the housing amendment approval. Seasonal, you got to read it. It's very interesting. You know, maybe it's a good idea, but it was just done. And I don't know if they go back after the approval and then change stuff or what. But right now I have a business license in Placer County. I work 50 hours a week. I can buy an achievable housing unit. And Mr. Olson is getting $1.5 million for his project that hasn't been approved from the North Tahoe North Tahoe Community Alliance. So he should be for this stuff and he should want more. But all I hear about is more and more and more. I mean, how much more can we do? It'll never be enough. You'll always have to add more. So, and also I want the Tahoe Housing Hub is funded by the Community Alliance, which is public money. So the cronyism and the interaction and all this, one of our, well, I won't even talk about that, but would you eat food from 2017? That's when we had the environmental analysis for TBAP. You know, it's an old plan, ridiculous, and it never talks about surrounding growth in Reno and Carson City, which is huge. 35,000 building permits in Washoe County, you know, in 1 year. So, you know, just you guys, it's, oh, you know, we've spent 1,000 people have signed the petition, 3,000 viewed the video, hundreds of people for a couple of years at meetings, but oh, it's nothing. It's just a couple of people complaining, right? That's the way we were treated. And the 400 units that are lost, it's all created by TRPA. It's failed SEP plans. It's the Tahoe, it's La Lima. It's all of that. You don't mention that, and it's very deceiving. It's really not cool. Thank you.
You can finish. I mean, I
you
didn't
know,
mean to cut you off, but
this is self-inflicted TRPA rules. You allowed the SEP projects, which are too big, which nobody can finance, so nothing gets done. Then you blame it on the conservation groups. Okay. The only thing that makes any sense are luxury condos. And then you blame it on us. You know, it's like, really? It's your rules. You should fix your own stuff first. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Okay, I don't believe any more speakers in the room, so we'll go online. If you're online and would like to address the board on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called upon.
Madam Chair, we have 3 hands raised so far. The first hand up was Judith Tornies. Judith, please unmute to address the board.
Yes, I'm not prepared at this time. I didn't realize I had raised my hand. Please come back.
Okay, next hand up is Niobe Burden. Niobe, please unmute to address the board.
Hi, board and Placer staff. I commend you for all the hard work that you've done so far. Recently, I was made aware of some language in the 2017 TBAP that is very concerning. It is section 2.09.A.3. It allows these entitlements to go across a mixed use project, even if the housing component is non-contiguous to the project. This is concerning to me because there is a proposed project in Kings Beach, which is doing exactly that. And this language is will allow that. And as Vince says, once you have to approve these projects because it's in the amendments. So I would like to have that reviewed, section 2.09.A3 for non-contiguous allowance of entitlements where there's a housing component and in a mixed use project. Can't emphasize this enough. The current 50% of mixed use projects for housing is good, but we need to just make sure that they are all in the same project, not separate. As far as the current STRs, I know this is something that's not in this TBAP, but we're working towards reducing those STRs. It would make more sense to reduce the number from what it currently is, which it has been between 33 and 3,400 for the last 1.5 years for placer. If we could reduce the number versus the cap, we would actually be getting somewhere. So please consider that. And I haven't seen the language or anything, but how about a consideration of eliminating fees in lieu of housing? Obviously, the fees don't meet the amount it costs to build the housing. So why do we have them at all? Is that something that can be discussed and brought forward as an amendment or whatever rule? Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Burden. Next.
The next hand up is Alan Miller. Alan, please unmute to address the board.
Hi, I'm Alan Miller, professional civil environmental engineer. I'm very familiar with TRPA groundwater protection requirements. I sued TRPA in part for violating their own requirements on that. I want to comment on groundwater protection. The TBAP amendments allow for taller buildings, which often means larger, deeper foundations and more interference with groundwater. The TRPA wants to invite additional variances to its groundwater interference prohibitions for underground parking. And there's already an exception for accommodating underground structures and foundations and various other things. My lawsuit in federal district court for Eastern California, Miller versus TRPA, makes it absolutely clear that TRPA doesn't understand its own groundwater protection requirement regulations, doesn't implement them properly, and doesn't have the staff expertise to implement their own groundwater protection ordinances. And if they do, that expertise has been corrupted by the system. In short, TRPA doesn't know its ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to groundwater protection. A very sad situation. Now, every reference in your agenda to groundwater is for allowing groundwater interception for mixed-use projects in town centers, for projects proposing underground parking, or what I call UGG. So the plan is for more groundwater interference from new foundations and underground parking. The references all say that all impacts to groundwater from interference will be mitigated when such impacts are proposed by having the applicant demonstrate that project impacts have been mitigated to be equal to or better than the original impacts. That's just weird language that has no clear objective meaning. And I vote no confidence. There are no criteria, no methods proposed by which impacts may be mitigated. This is just a ruse for the incompetent to approve development with no analysis. An EIS was needed for these TBAP amendments, and the IEC failed as usual for groundwater protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Next hand raised is Adam Wilson. Adam, please unmute to address the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and honorable members of the governing board. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the amount of work of both organizations and the staff and the efforts that they put forward to not only engage the public, but to even potentially withstand comments that we've even heard today and comments that we definitely have heard throughout the staff, throughout these processes and all these meetings. It's really unfortunate that personal attacks are made and comments like the last gentleman just made about this group are part of the dialogue. That does not move anything forward and is not helping to find solutions. Outside of that, this particular plan, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, amendments that are being put forth have encountered and have actually engaged the community and have brought back changes that we've heard from both sides aren't enough. But it is something, and we are trying to move something forward for the betterment of our communities, our environment, our visitors, our tourism economy, which is again over 70%. I keep hearing people talk about tourism, but that is what drives the activities that we enjoy, the services that we enjoy. If we did not have that in our economy, you would not have any restaurants. The resorts would be closed. You would not have any reason to want to live up here. We all do love living up here, and those are all at the cost, unfortunately, of a tourism economy, which is what provides the services and the infrastructure and the TOT dollars, TBID dollars, investments that private and public entities are making in this area. Specifically, the benefits of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan include the opportunity to redevelop responsibly using mixed-use properties, small-scale lodging for visitors. It creates new workforce housing opportunities in our core downtown areas and generates the opportunity of vibrancy and economic development. Secondly, the additional infrastructure to protect the lake is important. Most of these buildings that you see around here, and I grew up here. I went to school. I started going to school here in 6th grade on the North Shore, graduated in '83 from North Tahoe High, and have seen the same buildings in the same places with no environmental work around it in place. And it's amazing to me that when we all talk about environmental stewardship and so forth, that we're not thinking about the fact that we have very old infrastructure that needs to be improved and can be improved with responsible redevelopment. Lastly, I really believe that in order to affect housing and create workforce housing, we are going to have to figure out solutions. And I know several people talked about that this doesn't go far enough. And while I totally agree with that, it is at least a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Madam Chair, and I'll just circle back to Ms. Tornese. Judith, if you can unmute and address the board.
Yes, thank you for coming back. Again, I'm Judy Tornese, President of Friends of the West Shore, and I want to again state that we do support affordable housing, but we need to make sure the housing is 100% affordable. No luxury or TAU units or visitor units to make sure that we make the most of the building. We can get subsidies, get land donations, whatever it takes. Also want to mention the consideration of community land trusts, like the St. Joseph Community Land Trust in South Lake Tahoe. The organization owns the land, the family leases the home, they can sell the home, but it remains affordable permanently. So I just want to make sure that other options are considered. Also, we're concerned that the Placer amendments will be superseded by the TRPA housing amendments, which are much more onerous. The TRPA amendments have no limits on density or coverage and possibly no required parking and other items. So I would like to know if Placer can justify using its amendments versus the TRPA amendments. Anyway, thank you for opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Tornese.
Madam Chair, one more hand went up. Rhonda, please unmute and state your full name for the record.
Hi, Rhonda Gramans. Yes, I'm talking again. So I love hearing all the actual, very smart people, and everybody's knows what they're talking about. I'm actually just coming from a place of having lived here, like I said before, and seeing the people that I work with and the people who live here. And I'm just wondering on these committees, who's actually, and so for me, I'm more Tahoe City. I would love to know more about Kings Beach, and I do because of the people I know and love and have grown up with in Kings Beach. But for me, I definitely am more, my heartbeat is in Tahoe City. So I want, like, who's been here? And so for me, TRPA is a difficult board for me because it's all appointed. Nobody's been voted in, and I have a really hard time with that. I had a hard time with it many years ago when I fought with the TRPA, because for the TRPA, it tends to go towards, and I was told this behind closed doors, that, you know, if you have the money, then they weren't worried about me because I'm just a small person fighting something. So I guess I just want to ask, like, when we're talking about all of these new regulations or new, you know, whatever you guys are changing in our town centers, which are going to be higher. I mean, we lost businesses for so long because we didn't, TRPA didn't allow so many things. I remember when there was a moratorium on housing here. And now the TRPA is just letting every development go through because it makes money for everybody. Legal bribery. And I just have a hard time with, are we looking at actual people who are living here? Are we looking for the future of developers? And are we making this more of, because even though we are a resort town and all of the people who work here absolutely know that we rely on tourism, and I have a business here, I rely on tourism and I appreciate that, but I also rely on locals, and I rely on them knowing that they have a place here and that they have a say here in Tahoe. And I feel like we don't have that anymore. No matter how long we've lived here, no matter how long our families have lived here, I don't feel like we have a say. But like the parking, like those should be things that should be taken care of now before we start developing more things. Why can't we fix what we have now? Let's get the developments that are supposed to go through now and then move on and see what's realistic for our space. I just don't see the realistic part of everything that's being spoken about, because if you're not living here, then to me, you don't know the reality of walking down the street and having to pay. We don't need meters in Tahoe City. There's just so many things that if you're not living here and you're not buying here every day, I feel like there's a disconnect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grimance.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay. I believe you want to take a break, Ms. Reagan, right now, or did you want to go ahead and have the board discuss?
I think it's up to the board. We can continue. We're fine.
Okay.
On quorum, but before we should take a break at some point just to, you know, stretch.
Okay, well then I would like to go back first to county staff, if there's any of those comments that you heard that you'd like to clarify, or TRPA staff. I think some of the references were to TRPA issues and others were to county issues, so.
Yeah, I have kind of a list of things that I was tracking. So there was one, I'm just gonna kind of go through those. I might point to some other folks to help me here, but there was one comment about the non-contiguous project site, the housing versus mixed use. You heard that come up. I just want to point out that, and I think that commenter actually referenced a section of our code. That is a section of the code that exists today. So that was adopted as part of the 2017 action that your board took on our TBAP document. And it basically, in town centers, it allows for you to have non-contiguous parcels as part of your project site. So we currently have a project that is working its way through the process in Kings Beach that does just that. It's got housing on one site and it's got a hotel kind of commercial lodging component on another, but it is one project. And so there's a provision in the code that exists today that allows for that. So just wanted to clear that up.
I think if you want to further clarify, I think the question that had come up, because I received emails on this, was would the benefits of town center height? Of course, there is no height in this. So I think the question was more maybe about TRPA's height rules on the housing component, but not about the project. I think the concern was that the commercial project could go higher, but you've repeatedly said
understood. Okay.
the commercial project would stay the same
Right.
height.
So we're, as part of this package, we are not proposing any height amendments that would allow you to go higher.
For commercial or
For
business.
either.
Yeah.
For any of it.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then let's see, there was a question about food trucks. They do, as Emily had noted, you know, we do have an allowance for food trucks in the county, you know, all over the county, right? But they do have to go through permitting. And I believe, and I could be wrong, I think they have to actually display, they get a permit through our Health and Human Services Department and display that. So I do think if you approach a food truck, you know, could ask that, right? They, like any business, they need to demonstrate that. And then there was a question about the Telluride parking, and I know, you know, Emily has done a lot of research on the sort of the this is the parking a program that could be developed in parking lots. I don't know what Telluride looks like, so I'm not sure if Emily knows about that, if there's a cost, but there might be a minor cost for an overnight stay in a public lot. But I just want to point out, you know, again, as Emily noted, that is a policy in the in our document that really sets a framework for us to come forward in the future to develop a program or explore one. And so at that time, I think that's when we would get into discussions about whether or not, you know, there needs to be a paid component to that. And then the sign enforcement, there was a question about that. We are referring again, as Stacy had mentioned earlier, to the sign TRPA sign ordinance. In terms of enforcement, we do active enforcement out of our Tahoe City office. We have a co-compliance team that actively enforces all aspects of the code, including our short-term rental ordinance as well. And we do enforce signs. Actually, that is one of the most common types of enforcement that we find ourselves handling. And then the community service zone district, there was a question about that. That is an existing zone district in the plan. And so you'll see there's very limited areas with that district. But if that caused confusion, it's probably because you don't see it a lot because there's not a whole lot of lands that are zoned that. But it is a community, it's called community service zone district. It's really where we see some sort of light industrial uses. So just to clarify that. The groundwater interception, I know there was comments on that. What we are proposing to do here is simply to reference the existing TRPA code and allowances around groundwater interception, that it can be allowed, underground parking can be proposed so long as you're mitigating impacts, right? So that is what we've done here, is to try to really take advantage of the TRPA's existing code related to groundwater interception. And then shore zone, I think there's some confusion there. We adopted our own, the county did, shore zone ordinance. It looks at county owned properties and what we do with the shore zone, and it references TRPA's shore zone ordinance. So fully understand that you have your ordinance and yours supersedes ours. But what we've done here is just to make sure that we provide clarity and reference your ordinance and ours. And then there was some questions about eliminating use permits and design review. Again, we have proposed those here for small scale uses or housing uses as a way to promote small scale redevelopment and achievable workforce housing. So while they might not need to go through design review or through a discretionary process, they do still need to meet standards. So I want to be really clear about that. You know, the design and development standards that are in our ordinance, they have to meet those standards. And there's a plan check review process, like Emily and Stacy have noted. It goes through thorough review. It's just not a discretionary review where you're having to go before a hearing body. And that's intentional. We have set that up intentionally to try to encourage those types of uses. And then the allowed uses, there was some question about the low VMT. I just want to point out that the small scale that we talk about, how we characterize that is that those are the uses that would screen out through your VMT screening tool that your staff use when you're reviewing projects. So that was sort of the threshold for a small scale use, right? It's these uses that we know have low VMT associated with the trip generation for that use, right? So that's really sort of the threshold that we came up with in terms of screening out those small scale uses. And then finally, I know that two more things. There's one I'm going to let Emily answer on the scenic policy. There's a question on that. There's been a lot of questions about the in lieu fees, you know, that came up earlier today. We do have an ordinance that does allow certain projects of a certain size to propose an in lieu fee for housing. It's not, we try to encourage the construction of housing for all our sites. What we find in our town centers is that they're, again, constrained. I mentioned this earlier. It's kind of hard to fit all that in to one site. But there is, on small scale projects like that, there is a provision in Placer County Code that does allow them to propose an in lieu fee. It's not ideal, right? And larger projects have to actually do housing on site. But that is a current provision through Placer County Code. And so we revisit that from time to time, and it might be something that our board, decides at a later date to take up. But right now that is an allowance. So I wanted to just mention that those monies then go to construct or help fill the gap for other housing projects that come forward. And then Emily, if you don't mind, can answer the question on the scenic policy.
Yes, we do have a policy in the policy section of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan proposed to coordinate with TRPA staff on reevaluating scenic standards in town centers. The reason for that is the scenic standards are equally applied across the lake, and we are trying to push and shift our redevelopment into the town centers. And sometimes those scenic standards do prohibit that redevelopment in the town center. So it's a little bit of a bind there. So we just have a policy to coordinate and continue conversations with TRPA. It's nothing to change the scenic standards at this time.
And then there was one other item I wrote down that I don't think you addressed, and that was, and Ms. Nichols just left, but it was on the seasonal insert, and I think it was a TRPA definition of achievable is how I understood it. And I'm sorry she left, but I wanted to make sure we addressed that. She said there was a word seasonal inserted in the achievable definition. But again, it isn't on the TBAP amendments, so we don't need the answer. You're looking confused. We need clarification from Ms. Nichols, so we can get that. We can ask staff to make sure we understand what that concern was. It wasn't related to TBAP because you didn't write in seasonal.
Yeah, there's nothing in this set of amendments that point to that.
Okay, and then on the Board of Supervisors on our policy, the whole reason we have a stakeholder group is to look at further modifications, meaning further restrictions on STRs. So that was her other comment on that. I think that was all the ones I wrote down. Any other board member comments or questions at this point related to any of the public testimony or the TBAP? Yes. Ms. Aldi.
One question, and maybe this is for John and Hester. John, we're about to vote on these amendments to the TPAP. Are they in compliance with the with our housing policy, with the amendment to our housing policy?
I want to answer that, but I want to say something that I think is a question that came up that just now remembered. Placer County can have different policies. I think somebody asked about that.
Right.
The way our new amendments that we adopted in December go is they can adopt what we've put in place, or they have what we're calling the opt-out provision. Right. And the opt-out is, say they wanted less height, but they could subsidize it with land, for example, to get the same financial effect for a home builder. So they have not in this particular set of amendments addressed our new amendments. But so I can't really answer that yes or no.
But essentially, I mean, they had 60 days, basically. I mean, the ordinance, the change in the amendment, TRPA amendment went into effect 60 days after adoption, right? And then they either have to opt in or opt out. They have to adopt the amendments as modified in the TRPA code, or propose a program within 1 year that either meets or exceeds the expected benefits that the amendments to our code were to achieve, right?
I'll ask John to clarify this if I get it wrong, but where our amendments are stricter, and they don't have one, in 60 days ours go into effect, but they have a year to do the other set of amendments. So we've been talking with Placer staff about what approach they want to take, and they haven't decided yet, but we've been looking at some options.
Right. And we need to meet with our community on that. So these started 3 years ago, at least, to bring these amendments forward. And so they don't fully address the new housing amendments for TRPA. And so now we have to start immediately another process if we're going to opt out to make further amendments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And Shelley, just to answer your question directly, as I think I heard it, there's nothing inconsistent in these amendments. For example, a lower height, they're not touching their existing height. So there's nothing inconsistent with the amendments that they're proposing with what is coming down. Well, they'll have to either opt in or opt out of.
Right, by taking this action, we are not saying that they are in compliance.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
We're not
Thank
in
you.
compliance.
Any other comments or questions?
I guess I don't have any comments. Again, thank you for your work. I'm kind of new into this whole process, so I'm catching up a lot. But from what I'm hearing, it seems like there has been a ton of public outreach and consensus and compromise made. And I get it. There's always going to be two sides to both things. But it seems to me that definitely here in the North Shore, there is need for redevelopment. There is need to look at how do we improve our business environment and do those things. And I get we're not getting everything we want, but it is a start to head in that direction. And again, we've done this on the South Shore for decades now. When we started with the gondola in 2003, we still have a major project to finish that started in 2009. And definitely it provided benefits to the South Shore that I think have been long lived. However, we have to finish with what we started. And so again, I don't want to, part of me feels like I should almost like abstain. However, I don't want to stall progress. And I think there's enough from what I've seen today that the public outreach has been real for 3 years now. There seems to be both sides of the story, which is natural in the progress, the process. So I'm ready to support this, even though, again, I still feel like I'm not all the way filled in just because I'm brand new at the board. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Any comments from our board members online?
Madam Chair, Alexis Hill. Sorry.
Go ahead, Alexis. I'll go after.
Okay, thank you. I just commend our chairwoman, Supervisor Gustafson, who has been working on this since I started at TRPA, and I admire the staff's work. The community engagement is incredible that you've done, and the compromises made, and I'm very enthusiastically in support of these amendments and can't wait to see phase 2. I know certainly Washoe Tahoe is going to have the same thing come before the board in the next year, and I look forward to having those discussions. But great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, but the credit goes to the staff at Placer County. All I do is allocate funds to make sure they can keep going and try to find more funding. Thank you. Ms. Williamson? Haley?
That may have been me talking at the same time as, yeah,
I'm
Alexis.
sorry.
This is
Okay,
Ashley.
I'm sorry, Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley
Thank you.
Conrad Seda for the record.
Haley.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, I think one of the most exciting and challenging things with policymaking, where you have a lot of stakeholders engaged and a lot of really impassioned people, is that progress can be iterative and it can feel slow, but it's still progress, and we're learning as we go, and we're seeing how our communities are changing and making decisions that reflect the changes to those communities and the desired end goals in those communities. So I really enjoyed hearing about all of the outreach today, or over the last 3 years, but hearing it summarized today, and the progress that the staff made in incorporating those comments, and just appreciated everything that we're looking at. And I echo that it feels like these are, can be minor, but they're really, really major when you think about the staff time that it took to do this work, and the public comment. So yeah, just thank you for all of the work that the staff has done across the board. Thank you for all the public members who commented and who attended these meetings over the last several years, and know that, that's the thing with policy setting. We'll keep going and we'll keep iterating and trying to keep improving as we can.
Thank you. Any other board members online with comments?
None for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm gonna take the liberty of, there's two more items that I caught on my scribbled list of all the public comments. One was Ms. Waller's discussion on what is high quality lodging. I think when we started through this process, we were just trying to get new lodging to current standards. And perhaps that term, but make sure I'm clear, is that
Yeah, I don't know that there's a definition on high quality lodging. I think it was, in the studies that we've done, it's really looking at the dated lodging that we have. And I think, maybe high quality is not the right word, but sort of improved lodging, I would say.
Yeah, I think if I remember some of those economic studies, it was full service hotels with versus the motels that we have had from the 60s development kind of thing. So I think that's a good point of discussion with that. And then the final comment that I think was brought up by Ms. Nichols too was litigation. Do you want to comment on our process when we know there's litigation on a particular issue?
Sure.
Mr. Marshall.
And also take care of clarify the seasonal for the achievable definition. First of all, there is a state lawsuit against Placer County for their adoption of the TBAP amendments as part of the state process. They are litigating that case. There is nothing, or there's been no order entered that the Placer County approval of those amendments has been overturned. Same with the MAP litigation against the phase 2 housing amendments. So there's no reason why you should delay if you want to proceed.
Okay, and then on seasonal?
Seasonal, yes, that was part of the existing achievable definition that was adopted or last amended a couple of years ago, I think. So that's part of the existing definition. It focuses on seasonal work, or achievable housing can be met for 30 hours per week per season for seasonal work as part of the definition of what is satisfies achievable.
Okay, so they're a full-time worker and we use 30 hours because, as I learned, if you want to qualify teachers, they don't work 40 hours a week. They work 30 hours a week year round. So that's why the 30 hours. I was educated through that process. So I'm sharing that little bit of knowledge once in a while. I remember why we do things. And then seasonal, in that we do have many people that come and need to work here, but may make more than affordable salaries because they may be a single person. And that's the achievable. So, okay. With that, I do also want to commend our staff. They have been through a lot and they've heard the public. They've made a lot of modifications to the public. I know you don't feel thanked enough when you make those modifications and there continues to be concern. But I think you've heard the community. Sometimes I was the last one to be convinced that we should take out some of the amendments. But I really do commend you for taking this forward and trying to see if we can spur some additional reinvestment, redevelopment in our town centers. Because as any of you drive through Kings Beach today, you will see the status of some of our buildings here and the dilemma we're in when we try to move things forward. And we don't want, I think the exception on the single family units was very much a community driven process on the La Lima proposal that we heard what might happen if we just allowed private condominiums to continue to take over the lakefront and not have town centers. So appreciate that. So with that, I would look to any board members who would like to entertain a motion, make a motion. And was there a clarification on the motion that we want to make?
Yes, I would. If we're going to use these recommended actions where you're not recommending approval, you are actually approving and you're adopting the we're first making the findings, then adopting the ordinance. Page 91 of the packet, but also just on page 134 of the packet, which turns into which is in effect is page 119 of the PDF of the TBAP policy document. It's Shelley's changed to HSP 7, which would read evaluate housing needs in the region in coordination with TRPA, consistent with regional plan housing policy HS 3-1, recommend updating TRPA policies and ordinances, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be the change to that Shelley recommended to, that was on page 134 of your packet, 3A6.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
I will make that motion. Can you put that back up?
Can you go up, how about, or go off page, what was it, 19?
99?
All right, so I can barely see under good circumstances. All right, a motion to approve the required findings as described in attachment D, including the finding of no significant effect for adoption of the area plan amendment as described in the staff summary and the changes recommended by Ms. Aldine. Oh, that's in the second motion. Okay. In the first motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Dis, Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
All right, and the second motion is a motion to adopt ordinance 2024 amending ordinance 2021-02 to amend the Tahoe Basin Area Plan as shown in attachment C and including the changes detailed in Exhibit A to the staff report. And now the changes that were recommended by Ms. Aldine.
Okay. Thank you. Will you call the roll?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Dis, Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, and Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you all for being here today for this long item and long day. I know, Julie, you mentioned a break, but I know some have to get going. So if we want to continue with reports, unless anyone needs a break, just take a break at your leisure. Again, thank you to all who attended the public comment as well as the county officials. Appreciate all of the input and the hard work on this. Thank you. So I will now on to agenda item 8, reports, and I will pass it over to Julie Reagan, our executive director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the public who just participated this afternoon and throughout the day. I'm Julie Reagan, TRPA's executive director. I also want to thank Placer County staff and our staff for the incredible work over the course of years, and we are all working together. We're all here for the lake, and I am very pleased to give you a couple of items in my report. I will beg your indulgence. I know we're tired, and I personally will be happy to lead some deep breathing exercises at the conclusion of this meeting, because that vote, I think, just about stressed out our team as much as any vote possibly could have, with just the dynamics of technology and quorums. And I want to thank our team for bearing with us to get through that. or at least I'll buy somebody a beer after the meeting if anybody wants to stay. So I do have 2 items, and I know our general counsel has a report to make as well. So if you'll bear with me, we'll work our way through it. I'll try to be as expeditious as I can. As you see in the agenda, we have under Executive Director Report, the annual report. And then we also have a policy update on VMT, which a member of the public did mention earlier. And I wanted just to let folks know that I will be covering that in item number 2 of my executive director report. So first, the annual report. You should all have received a copy, and there are ample copies available for the public. I won't go through it all. I will highlight a couple examples in this first snapshot screen grab. And these are accomplishments not just of TRPAs, but of Lake Tahoe. And I think it's important to speak to a couple of the public comments as I explain some of these, because the role of the compact is very intentional to, as I said earlier, attach us at the hip to the community, to the partners in the form of a collaborative governance model for Tahoe. And we do that with our team. None of the numbers on that chart and none of the accomplishments in the basin are possible without our staff. And we have an amazing group at TRPA, and there's an amazing group of people that are working every day to make Tahoe a better place. And we do have differences of opinion, and we recognize that. But I really did appreciate the representative from the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. I've mentioned the Speak Your Piece before, PEACE, in meetings, and I have that card on my desk. And I do think it's important that we remember that when we have these controversial items, to recognize that there is common ground and we can work through it. So the accomplishments, just a handful that I wanted to bring your attention to. Of course, the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act is very important to the health of the basin, and we had a high watermark in terms of our federal funding to support the environmental improvement program, $34 million last year. That act is in danger of expiring. And so there's a great group of Tahoe that's advocating for an extension for 10 years to keep those funds coming to go to vital restoration projects that benefit our communities and the health of the lake. Mitigation funds, we're going to be talking about that more in future meetings. That often goes unnoticed, but when project applicants pay mitigation funds as part of a project, sometimes there are perceptions that, those monies just go to TRPA. And that is not the case. We hold those in trust, and that's part of the balance sheet that people look at and go, boy, you have a big balance sheet. Well, millions of dollars are in mitigation funds that go back to local governments or environmental improvement program partners for environmental projects. So that's just the amount from last year. But we're going to talk more about that in future meetings, because I think it's really important for the public to understand where those dollars are going. And so I also want to recognize a comment that was made about saying no to projects. And our staff are saying no to projects every single day. And I can understand why it's not transparent to the public, because they're not, sitting at people's desks listening to their phone calls. But believe me, we get billionaires calling from Texas. No offense to Texas, but there's a lot of rich folks in Texas that want to do big projects in Tahoe, and we have to say, no, you can't do that here. Here, let me direct you to look about Tahoe and go on LakeTahoeInfo.org, go on our website. Let me tell you the story about the compact. And so we are managing growth and development responsibly at the agency, and our staff are doing an amazing job. Just a couple other highlights and we'll move on, but let's not forget we're coming up on the year that this board voted unanimously to approve a 100-bed student housing project at the Lake Tahoe Community College. Construction is underway. That will take some pressure off the affordable housing crisis. 100 beds is not going to solve the problem, but it sure is a big help and a huge deal for the college on the South Shore. Clarity hasn't been as high since the 1980s as it was last year. We're not naive enough to think that trend's going to hold, but that was certainly good news. But it's a very complex story of clarity and what's going on with the lake and climate change. But we were very proud to report that. And then staff retention overall, I'm really proud of that, having been in the job now for just over a year, that we lost one person since I've been as the director. One person I was reminded did leave, Melissa Uppendahl, in our finance team, but she had made her decision to leave before I came on board. So I'm not going to count her in my track record, but either way, one or two people to leave in an era when people are moving around the country freely to do remote work was a big source of pride for me to have the kind of retention that is required for us to do our jobs. So great highlights. I encourage you to read that in a report. No shortage of challenges. You know, you can see the world, the glass half full, half empty. I always see it half full. We have great opportunities in front of us, and challenges can be solved together through this collaborative framework that we have. So lots of work to do, but a lot to be proud of. I will take the next slide. And I do want to say, this is an area that's emerging that we want to bring back to this board and bring some scientists to have a discussion around microplastics. We've heard it. I think Member Bass brought that up in his first meeting, and we've had many other public comments bring it up. And Vince had asked me some questions at our last meeting about it. So it occurred to me, I went back, you know, we all make presentations in local schools constantly. And I went to Jacks Valley Elementary School, 4th grade class, you know, a year or two ago. And I save these cards that I get because, first of all, I keep one in my briefcase because when I have a hard day, I look at it and I go, okay, I'm going to keep going. You know, these are the future. And I went and talked about microplastics because they were concerned about the discussion of microplastics they're showing up not only in Lake Tahoe, plastics are showing up in our bloodstream. We are walking around with microplastics in our bodies and speaking about it right now. So this is an emerging area of research and science, and a global attention. You know, global attention is being put on plastics and microplastics, and it's complicated, and it's a very new area of science. So what I wanted you to know is that the Tahoe Science Advisory Council has formed a working group, and they're going to be looking at literature review on the state of science around microplastics, where the gaps are, and they're going to bring a report back in October. So we will definitely hear an update on that. But if we can, I'd like to bring some scientists even before that. Perhaps we could combine it with a field tour this summer, where we talk about what's going on with microplastics. And it's very complicated because there's macro, there's micro, there's nano. The size of the particle is very key. And all of this is just coming together in research right now. And there have been a couple of key studies that point to the need for more research at the lake because it's not just what's going on in terms of litter on the shoreline. It could be what fabrics we're wearing. Like, do we have acrylic? Do you check the tag in your clothing? Is it all 100% cotton, or is it acrylic or microfiber, puffy jackets? These fibers are getting into the atmosphere and they're being moved around the world. And we're just even beginning to understand how to look at it, let alone how to change any potential policies here in the lake. But we're on it. Our team is looking at our shoreline regulations. We had a lot of concern about a floating platform that washed up an incline. It was styrofoam, and we won't be permitting any styrofoam facilities at the lake. We're even looking beyond that based on the discussion we had at the board of a pier of what materials are going on pier. So I just wanted you to know that we are evaluating all of that and looking very carefully and making sure that we're not exacerbating what could be a growing problem. But we don't know where that floating styrofoam pier, that platform came from. It just washed up and it has been remediated. So we're looking hard at that. And then the destination stewardship working groups have formed a waste management action team. As that group likes to say, we actually have a waste management problem, not just a litter problem. It's about how we collect the resources we put to collecting trash, education and awareness. Give the city a great deal of credit for the single-use plastic water bottle ban that's coming online this year. Water bottles could be a source of the microplastics making their way into the lake. Toys that kids use building sandcastles could be making their way into the lake, the breakdown of the plastic. So we're still looking at it, but actively working together as a partnership to address waste management and to have a very active strategy for July 4th for waste removal and litter abatement, and even treating the July 4th like an incident in terms of a wildfire incident command, where we work with all of our partners to attack this well before the holiday and make sure that we do not have that kind of litter that's showing up on our beaches this summer. So it's going to take everybody to row in the same direction, but I got to give it up for the fourth graders. They formed the plastic patrol after my presentation, and they're looking to recycle and be aware of microplastics at that school. And so it was just a fun piece of art to put up there for you. Just a couple more slides before we get into the VMT discussion. I also wanted to give a really important plug to our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee within TRPA. Over the course of the last few years, we've had, I think, 20 to 30 staff that have engaged around topics of growing an inclusive culture, not only within our organization, but in our communities that we are a part of, and looking strategically at issues of equity. And I think Kira Richardson has done a great job through the lens of transportation in our transportation equity study, explaining, equality in the graphic is getting everybody a bike, but equity is getting everyone a bike that fits them for all people from all walks of life. And so I want to give Catherine Houston a big shout out, and Victoria Ortiz. Catherine's the current chair of that committee, and Victoria and many other staff have come together to look at our own policies and how can we grow a more diverse workforce, and how can we ensure that the policies that we implement in the basin, being the leader that we are inclusive, they're fair, and they're accessible, and growing access around the community. So Tahoe can often be intimidating for people that aren't fit, for example. And there's been working with our nonprofit partners in particular, who are doing a lot of great work in that space, has been amazing. I will take the next slide. And so just a couple of highlights of things that we've done in the strategic plan that grew out of this work of our internal staff was putting together a strategic plan and having staff trainings to be more aware of issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've updated our policies, looking at our policies being about being a respectful workforce, looking to foster more inclusivity, how we attract candidates that want to come to Tahoe and to build diversity within our workforce. We've made a lot of strides in bilingual education, translated Tahoe keepers and invasive species materials into Spanish. We have targeted lots of content in our paper, Tahoe in Depth, around these issues. We now have a translator on our website. We didn't have that a couple of years ago. We've improved technology and access for our meetings, like today with the Zoom. And we do have a land acknowledgement that we worked with the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California in the TRPA front office. And we have a map of their ancestral and current homelands. And we are really doing some heavy lifting with our whole Tahoe partnership to more meaningfully engage the Washoe Tribe in projects and in the future of the lake. And so we're really excited about that work. So just a couple of other updates as we move into the VMT topic. We have a lot of exciting topics coming down the line for you this year. We're going to be bringing some improvements to our threshold standards in some very important natural resource areas like stream environment zones, wetlands, and invasive species, and modernizing our whole methodology of how we look at thresholds. Dan Segan will be bringing that forward. We have the Climate Smart Code that many of you have talked about that we vetted through Regional Planning Committee, and that's exciting. We have a big solar project on the South Shore that's going to be coming forward. We've got the Meeks Bay restoration that'll be coming this summer, joint partnership with the Forest Service, the Lahontan Water Board. So a handful of exciting topics on deck. At some point when the Homewood Master Plan, when there is a submittal, we don't have a revised project application from Homewood, but that will be coming your way. We're still getting a read on when that will be. We'll keep you posted. A couple other announcements. Deed restrictions has been discussed a lot in the housing amendments discussion. Back in December, we had a great conversation around that with the policy amendments, and we have been analyzing and auditing deed restriction, and there's a report that's coming out. Should be the first of next week, and that'll be uploaded to the housing page of the TRPA website. We'll make sure that you know where that is so you can take a look, but the staff has been doing an incredible job to make sure that we have really upped our game on enforcing deed restrictions, and we've devoted more legal and staff resources to that. I wanted to make sure you all saw my email that May 23rd, which will be the day after the Wednesday board meeting in May, will be our strategic session, our strategic planning session with the governing board. We had it in April last year and we had to juggle some scheduling, but we are looking to do that May 23rd. Stand by for details of where and more of the overview. But if you could at least make sure if you're available, Wednesday we'll have the regular business of the board. We usually try to do something social after that and then have the strategic planning workshop the Thursday after. So that mark your calendar. And then you already heard some staffing reports from John, but we're really pleased to welcome new members of our legal team. And we do have another staff attorney that's starting later this summer. And I know John might want to touch on that. So with that, I'm just going to move to the next slide. And bear with me, I've got a couple minutes left because this is important. You all spent about 2 to 3 hours last month talking about the policy around vehicle miles traveled, the transportation and community threshold, community sustainable community strategy, and the threshold update that we did in April of 21. And I told you I'd get back to you. So I want to just work through a couple things here so that you know how we're doing on that. So at the January board meeting, you'll remember we talked, you had a great discussion around our transportation and communities threshold standard known as the VMT standard. And you asked us to work with partners and bring back a proposal within 2 months. So here's where we are. And then we're coming back to you next month for you to deliberate and take some action. We're on track to come back in March. And here's basically what we heard from you that we are folding into what we'll be bringing back in terms of a proposal. So first, what we heard from you last month, we heard that we should celebrate the success of the 777 funding strategy progress, breaking the logjam of not moving the dial on improving funding for transportation. I mean, just think about it. At the summit 2 years ago, back in 2022, we all committed to lock arms together and to raise an additional $20 million for transportation projects in the region. And then in the last fiscal year, everyone around the table, our community, our partners raised $23 million for transportation projects. So that puts us 3 years ahead of the regional transportation plan schedule and will result in more tangible on the ground benefits. But of course, the silver lining comes with a touch of gray, and that touch of gray is that our work here isn't nearly done. When we looked at the total cost of the regional transportation plan of that $2.5 billion figure that I mentioned over the 20+ years, we set that goal for an annual $20 million of new revenue. And we have a long way to go. We have exceeded our target, as we discussed last month, for year 1. But I want to acknowledge that because some of those funds are one-time grants, they are not ongoing as the policy calls for. So we have work to do. The second thing that we heard is that we need to be realistic with the funding milestones and recognize the obstacles of the landscape, like state and federal budgets needing to align and budgetary timelines for leveraging the funds from all the various sectors, federal, state, local, and private. So this starts with acknowledging that the vision that we had when we started this funding journey is that we are going to need this ongoing revenue source, this sustainable revenue source that we've talked about in order to build more transportation infrastructure and reduce VMT per capita in Tahoe. So one funding source, the one source that we maybe envisioned some years back that we might be able to achieve, has not become manifested as feasible. And we have to look at, that straight in the face and say, what can we do in the meantime to develop more ongoing funding solutions? So being realistic about the milestones doesn't mean that we won't set high goals. And we clearly heard you say that we should continue to use milestones to push what's possible and get more forcing functions and more pressure on raising those dollars. And we want those milestones and frameworks to recognize and reward progress that we have made over all the sectors. So any updated policy that we bring you will call for a full accounting of progress and provide incentives for sectors that have delivered new funding, because we've got new funding online that we didn't have 5 years ago. So in addition to taking a fresh look at funding milestones, we also heard you say that we want to take a look at the consequences of not meeting those milestones and to ensure that we're not blocking progress on other goals or preventing beneficial and much needed projects that drive environmental benefits. So we're contemplating revisions that would address the concerns you raised about public safety and other public service projects. And we also heard your concerns about the potential impact of VMT policy changes on redevelopment projects that would contribute to the benefits of other categories of our thresholds like scenic resources, water quality, and other natural resources. We also heard that we want to honor our agreements and recognize that the board took action in 2021 that included the language around a trigger. And so you asked us to provide us with a better understanding of what would happen to projects if this trigger was pulled. So let me be clear that the existing trigger is not a moratorium on development. The current trigger was designed to affect larger projects, and there are none immediately in the queue that we've identified that would be affected. And we are taking a hard look at that. Smaller projects like those that don't hire a traffic engineer to perform a VMT analysis would continue or just pay a fee like normal and not be impacted. No single family homes or projects with a few residential units would be affected in this interim. And we already know that affordable housing was exempt from that VMT trigger. That doesn't mean that the trigger was written would not impact any projects. So you ask what kind of projects would be effective. So that's a reasonable question. I will tell you, it's been very tough to answer that question. So to forecast VMT generated by projects that aren't fully baked yet is actually very difficult. Our best sense of those larger projects that would be impacted would be those in town centers that generate more than 1,300 new vehicle miles traveled, or outside town centers that generate more than 715 new VMT. But, what do those numbers mean on the ground? We reviewed about 20 projects that are in the pre-application phase at this point and identified about 4 that could be impacted. But again, having a full application in hand, it's hard to know exactly what the impact would be. But looking backwards, it's a little bit easier. What we've been able to analyze is that had the trigger been pulled at the time of the Latitude 39 project on the South Shore, that was a mixed use infill redevelopment project, it probably wouldn't have been affected by the trigger. However, the Tahoe City Lodge project might have been impacted. So looking backwards, sometimes it's easier to see what would happen. And really what would have happened in those situations: one, projects could have the option to relocate to a lower VMT area, reduce project size or number of units to reduce VMT generation, or implement VMT reducing measures. So what is next? We just went through the summary of what we heard, and what we are doing now is continuing to work with the community, continue to work with our stakeholders to design a new framework that can bring forward environmental benefits that we actually can implement. And then we'll continue to work on that over the next month, and we'll bring something back to you in a full hearing in March.
That was a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot. I warned you.
Well, I appreciate that, Julie. And if you wouldn't mind, maybe some of your notes could be shared in
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You bet. I have.
so we can follow that.
We can upload them onto the site and make sure you send a link around. But Madam Chair, that does conclude my report, and I do appreciate your patience. I know everyone's ready to move on, so thank you for your time.
Absolutely. And then we'll go to our council for.
Thank you. I want to move on to the lounge over there.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment just on Julie's last?
Oh, yes.
Yes. So just for the record, this is Ashley Conrad-Seda, and I just thank you, Julie, so much for summarizing that robust discussion we had last month. And I just wanted to provide an update as well from the state and the work that we've taken on since that conversation. During the meeting, I committed to going back to the state and kind of bringing folks together to look for multiple funding resources. And so we've been talking about we already have a couple meetings on the books, but at least to try to bring in the transportation agencies, some of our Strategic Growth Council and Office of Planning and Research colleagues, and others to think about funding resources beyond just the resources agency within the state, and to really look at opportunities for the state of California to support the Tahoe region, knowing how important it is to both California and Nevada. So just a quick update there that we are doing the work that we promised to do last month.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I had one other comment that as you're discussing this with our collaborative partners, I know we excluded affordable, achievable housing from VMT counts, but actually I find it's a reduction in VMT because these people are no longer driving into the basin every day. And I would like to find ways to incentivize jurisdictions to invest more because they're reducing VMT. And if they're incentives for housing, then allow for the VMT to be banked. And this is something I've talked about for a while. If we invest in T-bids and we dedicate to micro mass transit, that's reducing VMT. You know, are there banking mechanisms within our systems too? So I like carrots versus sticks, and we have a lot of sticks, and wherever we can try to find carrots to help housing, I think it should be something as you're bringing the partners together to discuss, not just passing on it, but actually taking credit for it and making sure that continues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really do want to thank the board, because so many of you, all of you in one way, shape, or form have been engaged on this issue. And just as Member Conrad Seda said, you know, working with your various sectors and appointing authorities to support a solution on this. And it's very complicated, and people have differences of opinion. So I really do appreciate the leadership of the board on this, and we'll bring you back something next month.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? And we'll go to our council. Wise council.
Wise council. There's a good joke about wise blood in there, but I'm not young enough to be able to get that one out.
Which street are we on?
Yes. We did have a legal committee this morning, a good discussion regarding the new lawsuit filed by Mountain Area Preservation against TRPA over the phase 2 housing. I'm not going to obviously repeat all that here, but just to let you know that we are actively, will be actively opposing that lawsuit, and that we're kind of on a set timeframes that will see us having to produce the administrative record within next couple of months, and then there's briefing deadlines after that. So we will be pursuing aggressive defense of the action, and we look forward to handling that case with our new attorneys, and Graham is back there. We'll do that, and that's about it. And I can answer any questions if you have any.
John, there was a question during the legal committee meeting having to do with what we as governing board members have to transmit to TRPA. Not everything we received on these issues that are being litigated from staff, nothing that does not need to be included. Just our personal interactions with people from the public, right, concerning this issue.
Correct. So we are able to pull emails that you included or responded to a TRPA staff person. That's just part of what we can do. What we can't do is if you had outside conversations, then you have a record of it, then you need to provide that to us.
By March 13th, what was the deadline?
I'm looking over at Catherine.
As quickly as possible.
Okay, but in any case, no later than March 13th, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Any of the board members online have a comment on general counsel's report?
Mr. Settlemeyer has his hand raised.
Director Settlemeyer?
Yes, could Mr. Marshall please send an email to that effect with the keywords that we're supposed to do a search of our emails for, so we can be in compliance, or I can be in compliance? That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll move on to committee reports, agenda item number 10 on our agenda. Is there anything from local government, legal committee? We just heard operations and governance, further EIP, transportation, or the regional planning committee. I'm going through those quickly because I think we've had reports from all of them already today for our agenda items. If there's not, now is our time to go to our final general public comment period. Any member of the public wishing to address the consent calendar may do so at this time. Sorry, I'm reading a script. So yes, Now we're talking about any items, other items on the agenda, open public comment. If you've already commented on an item listed on the agenda, don't comment on that item again, but you are able to make any general public comments. And so we'll open it up. If you are here in the room, you can stand up and speak on those items, and then we'll call on those in Zoom. Mr. Flaherty.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Your director's long list of information is probably a lot of what's wrong with the Tahoe Basin. So a lot of verbalization, hyperbole, very little data. Good luck on your sustainable funding. So I've got my own list of things of concern that we're working on. And this, I've got probably twice as much as I have time for here, but so I'll go through them very quickly. Destruction of the East Shore. You guys have been negligent on allowing the East Shore to be overrun. You allowed the East Shore Trail. You're not monitoring the environmental degradation over there. It's the last part of Tahoe that's old Nevada, and it's tragic what's happening. You keep encouraging more trails, more visitors, and it's got to stop. I'm looking forward to the U.S. Supreme Court decisions on the Chevron deference, because that's going to put an end to a lot of what you guys have been doing. Government will no longer, if it's overturned, be able to have it your way. I'm concerned about regulatory capture of the TRPA. Everything that you guys do is of the TRPA, for the TRPA, and by the TRPA. You've lost your mission, or you've lost your vision of your mission, which is the environment and public safety. Meeting decorum, just speaking earlier, if the public's going to be expected to have meeting decorum, then you all should do that as well. So I noticed, some chuckles and eye rolling while a person was speaking online. So, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Mask ratings on my radar. We're not doing cumulative impact on mask rating. All this underground parking, I believe that we need a cumulative EIS, EIR, mask rating. I'm wondering if somebody could answer the question, doesn't have to be right now. Is your website ADA certified? Also, the effectiveness of BMPs. I don't know if you've done a study on BMP effectiveness. I'd be interested to find out. And finally, you need to address the issue of 500 to 700,000 burn piles in the Lake Tahoe Basin, which you and your partners have supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Is there anyone else in the room to provide closing public comments?
I'm fast. No, it's late. I'm commenting on Julie's report. I thought it was excellent. I just wanted to say it's really impressive the amount of work that you and your team have done in partnership with a lot of the jurisdictions in the region. So thank you for that. I noted the number of ADU permits processed, and I really think that with the organization that I'm now sort of helping to bring forward, that there's opportunity for partnership with the TRPA in addition to Placer County and other jurisdictions. I think we can take that and we can learn from that and we can do more. And I think that the approach that we're looking at is really aligned with a lot of the comments and the sentiment in this community around housing, doing so in a responsible manner, taking our unique environment into account. I'm also happy to, at any point in time when it makes sense, come forward and provide additional information to your board on the Housing Hub, what it is, what we're doing, what some of our programming is, and how that might actually be something you can consider as you're doing your strategic plan. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Mr. Olson.
Hello again, Rob Olson, Alpine Meadows resident, Tahoe City business owner. In general, I do want to speak that I think, speaking of decorum, that members that come and speak shouldn't be calling out individuals and saying falsehoods unfounded information about other people that they don't really know the facts, and they've never came to me specifically and talked to me about what the facts are. And I see a lot of lawsuits going on, and I think that all sides need to say, stop paying the lawyers and let's take those dollars and let's actually do something with them. Let's find solutions instead of problems. I think a lot of people like to point fingers at people, and they don't realize that there's more fingers pointing back at them when they do that, right? And let's try to do, we need to do fuel reduction in our basin. We need to have workforce housing. We need to have a lot of things. And when people are fighting and not talking and communicating, we're not going to get anything. I too have a kid, not high school yet, but my 7-year-old hears me talking to my wife about these issues, and and I'm like, would you want to live here? And he said, yeah, I'd love to live close to you, but I don't know if I'd be able to afford a house. And he's 7 years old, and he's talking about the housing issue. And we need to resolve this issue, and so that we can have multiple generations living here. And the more that people are fighting and dividing and not working on what the issues are, please, let's stop it. So thank you for all your time doing the hard work here. I know government is not perfect. I've criticized a lot of government people in meetings. Cindy was a part of a little coup that we had going on. Like, no one's perfect, but we try to have dialogue and we try to work through these issues. And there's people on both sides of the fence. And let's just remember that. Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. As a senior citizen, I would like to follow his perspectives, and I hate to say it's the same. I meet with my fellow seniors at the monthly luncheons, and I get the same report. They have houses, they can afford them. They bought them 50 and plus years ago. They are thinking of leaving. And the reason they're thinking of leaving is because they have no neighbors. There's no sense of community. I know it is in Skyland where I live. Every third house maybe is a seasonal or all year round person, but the rest of them are unoccupied. And the people who come in and out at holidays block the roads and don't talk to us and leave trash and feed the bears and on and on and on. They have no part of this community. And unless you change that by making it possible for people to really live here or encourage the people who live here and listen to us, the ones that come here obviously do live here. The absentee owners or VHR owners do not come here. But that's enough for today. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Lerner. I don't see anyone else in the room. Are there any hands online?
Madam Chair, there are 3 hands raised online. First hand up is Melissa Soderston. Melissa, please unmute to address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Melissa Soderston, Tahoe Forests Matter. How many millions have been spent in recent years on fuel reduction, forest health, and thinning? Yet driving through our populated areas, does it seem as though our communities are more protected from fire? Do we see adequate progress being made towards home out defensible space or infrastructure hardening? Have we improved our evacuation routes or our ability to evacuate those quickly without transportation? The answer to each of these questions is no. If anything, these projects have left us at even greater risk. The scientific consensus is clear. Thinning and fuel breaks are not a solution to climate-driven fire. No amount of logging will prevent wind-driven embers from destroying our community, nor is it encouraging forest health. Our insurance companies, the Forest Service's lead scientists, CAL FIRE, the Missoula Fire Lab, and numerous others agree that home and infrastructure hardening are the only solution in a rapidly changing climate. We cannot fight fires which can cover miles in mere minutes, creating their own weather with constantly collapsing columns, fire tornadoes, lightning, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and rapidly igniting spot fires. And believe it or not, fire is actually good for the forest. Bob Horton, Research and Policy Director of the Western Fire Chiefs Association, said recently that investing in home and community hardening is the best option state leaders have to lessen the pain of a chaotic insurance market and increasing wildfire risks with climate change. A pretty clear statement, and yet the vast majority of federal, state, and local funding is still directed towards these destructive fuel reduction and thinning projects. As you are well aware, a significant portion of our population cannot afford the work necessary for community-wide home, business, and infrastructure hardening without an exponential increase in available grant funding. Just recently, the Biden administration announced a halt on old growth logging in order to assess current policy against the newest science, recognizing trees as our best first line of defense against a changing climate. Unfortunately, this won't take effect until at least next year and leaves plenty of these logging loopholes. It also fails to consider mature trees like our Tahoe Basin trees. A forest filled with trees is vital not only for our climate goals, but also for our tourism-based economy. It is clear that we have little time left to prepare for the growing effects of climate change. We urge this board to be proactive and forward thinking. Now is not the time for business as usual, which is what we are seeing from the TRPA. With trees dying at unprecedented rates, we need to, at the very least, pause on the intentional destruction of our forests and to focus on what we know will work to protect life and property. One final thought, during the Placer County presentation, their fire marshal did say it best. The Tahoe Basin is at much less risk compared to most of California, thanks to our unique topography and climate, leaving us well posed to implement the right projects rather than the easy projects. Let's do it. Thank you, and we hope this board will be brave enough to stop the chop and set the standard for sensible distribution of resources and funding for a truly fire-wise future across the West.
Thank you, Ms. Soderstrom.
Next hand raised is Niobe Burden. Niobe, please unmute to address the board.
Hello, board. I just wanted to reiterate a general public comment, which I submitted and I have submitted prior. The idea of story polls, which has been around for and utilized in Europe as well as the US, including cities of Solana Beach, Santa Barbara, Sonoma, Marin County, areas that we look to for nice building codes. Architectural drawings and elevations plans can be deceiving, and it seems like a logical way for review committees to assess a project and address transparency for the public when visualizing proposed projects and upholding scenic resource thresholds. I propose a discussion of this item and how a budget can be adopted to acquire them for developers to utilize or recycle, or have a contractor, as I've provided an example of in my public comment. They shouldn't be that expensive, as they're just plastic poles with flags, and would be a positive for transparency by TRPA and local jurisdictions. Examples of the Santa Barbara and Solana Beach information sheet and application have been included as attachments to my public comment. So I just wanted to point that out. The item is for discussion has been proposed in public comment previously with no response twice. And I've submitted it to the Nevada Legislative TRPA Oversight Committee as well. So it may be something to really take seriously, especially in the light of transparency. And the fact that it's used in a lot of other communities already, and especially could be helpful around the lake. Thank you very much for your attention and consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Burden.
Next hand raised is Amanda Johnson. Amanda, please unmute to address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Amanda Johnson speaking on behalf of the California Attorney General in his independent capacity. My colleague Sophie Winslow intended to make the comments this afternoon, but had to step away because of an urgent matter. As you continue to work on the VMT threshold item for next month, we wanted to largely reiterate our comments from January that while we applaud the success of the stakeholders in securing additional one-time sources of federal, state, and local funding, TRPA has not commenced implementation of an ongoing self-perpetuating source of funding, as was required by the governing board under the label regional revenue when it adopted the amended VMT threshold in 2021. and as it is still required under the current regional plan. Regional revenue was intended to be a self-perpetuating source of funding that leveraged dollars from visitors to offset their environmental and transportation-related impacts. This funding source was intended to be separate from traditional local, state, and federal funding sources that rise and fall with economic tides, even though visitation may remain steady or rise. We support a renewed focus on establishing a self-perpetuating visitor-based funding source or sources, with the caveat that we are not advocating for a basin entry fee, but rather some other type of fee or fees plural that are carefully designed to leverage dollars from visitors in a manner that is both equitable and constitutional. We look forward to continued conversations on this topic, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there other commenters?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's one more hand raised. Alan Miller, please unmute to address the board.
Hi, I'm Alan Miller, civil environmental engineer. I speak concerning microplastics in Lake Tahoe from shore zone structures to follow up my comments last month, congratulating Mr. Bass for his comments on the spill and for requesting that TRPA further investigate for potential sources of MPs from shore zone structures and features by contacting each owner of shoreline property by letter to request pertinent information related to MPs to determine their presence, methods to prevent similar MP releases, and to provide for amortized replacements. I thank Mr. Bass because this is a significant needed first step to begin to understand and address a growing MP problem at Lake Tahoe, as I've been discussing since September 2022. To date, no one has refuted the information I've put in the public record. They keep silent because my info is irrefutable, and it's not just styrofoam dots. What I want Mayor Bass and the public to know is that TRPA has already collected and reviewed the information from its records to contact each shore zone property owner for the desired information pursuant to a public records request I made last year. And that includes a listing for every recent peer application in the last 5 years and a historic listing and inventory of the total number of shore zone projects with plastic decking. So I urge the TRPA to send me that information without further cost or delay, and then to pursue in the public forum with public review and involvement opportunities what should be in this letter and what should be the policies going forward so that we don't fall short and miss the opportunities to save Lake Tahoe before the contamination with MPs gets worse, as it will. My initial policy recommendations have been long known to TRPA, but they're in the public comments, which I provided for this meeting. Briefly, an immediate moratorium on the placement of new plastic materials in the shore zone over Lake Tahoe waters and in SEZs is needed. A regulatory plan for phasing out and removing existing plastics from the environment, as I just mentioned. Abatement and removal of deteriorating plastic shore zones and shoreline structures, and criteria for removal of deteriorating plastics. Regulations prohibiting the further use of plastics for these structures or the other structures that may affect water quality. So in conclusion, as I previously said, TRPA and the other multiple shore zone structure approvers are essentially dooming Lake Tahoe to clarity destruction and contamination by MPs for the benefit of a minority of Lake Tahoe stakeholders, unless something is done quickly about the shore zone plastics. They're trading water quality for recreational boating with no analysis of the effects. Do your job, TRPA. Competent to do so. It's time to step up and get to work cleaning up the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board and close the public comments. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then we'll adjourn the meeting at 4:43 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, folks.